Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Victory Never Sleeps. I am Witans Brandy. The Alsherjargoði will be joining us shortly. In the meantime, I do have some very special guests tonight. We have all of the Goðar class of 2021 with us tonight, and that would be Goði Stamm, Goði Plourde, Goði East, Witans Erickson, Witans Young, and myself. And as we wait for the Alsherjargoði to get with us, we're just going to get some housekeeping things out of the way. We are streaming on multiple platforms. You can catch us on Odyssey, Entropy, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, YouTube, and VK. On Friday, the audio of the podcast will drop, as always, on Spotify. But what is new is Apple, Google, iHeartRadio, and Amazon Music. Those are all new places for you to catch your favorite podcasts, so please check those out. Also, take a look at what's going on around you in your district. Go to the district sites. There is a website for one of the districts, odenshof.org, thorshof.com, baldershof.org, and jordshof.com. Make sure you check out that calendar feature. Take a look at what's going on around you and who you need to contact. Also, going over to those websites, you can go into the contact page and find any of your Goðar or folk builders, and they can get you all set up with what is going on around you. Couple other things that we've got. The Alsherjargoði is here. We're just wrapping up some housekeeping, sir. Would you like to tell us how we can donate to the AFA, our districts, and to our other charities?
All kind of ways. So, runestone.org, we've got a donate link with a bunch of different donate options there. And that's certainly always a good option. If you want to do it during tonight's broadcast, you can do that over on Entropy. And you can also do it all the same fun ways you normally can on this broadcast. We're just going to have to throw the notifications up in an analog fun way. And producer Nick is already prepared to do that. So please feel free to do that. And it's very much appreciated when you do. And we're able to do the amazing things that we are able to do because you guys you've been very generous, and we really appreciate that. And I want you guys to know that. Where we at?
We just let them know about all the new ways that they can catch the podcast on Fridays.
Fantastic. And remember, when you do that, please, like, share, subscribe, do all of those things. If you know people that ought to be listening to this program that are not currently, please let them know. Please share it with them. We'd love to have all of our people who would benefit from it, who would be interested in this, to get a chance to listen to it. The biggest hurdle that the AFA has to growth is that so many of our people do not know we exist. So the more you guys can help us get the word out, it is very much appreciated. And we will continue to grow and succeed and do great things with y'all's help. With that, we got a special. This is the first time ever we've had this many people on a Victory Never Sleeps. So we've got 7 plus producer Nick. So that's a lot. You guys may notice we are back doing this a little bit old school. Platform that we were using for our streaming was proven a little bit glitchy there, especially last week. And with this many folks on, we wanted to go with something that's a little bit more tried and true. So that's what we are currently up to. You may have noticed from the title of this episode that tonight we are doing something a little different. We're doing a special podcast, or a YouTube live, or I don't even know what you want to call it because it's on both kinds of things. But we wanted to highlight a truly amazing assortment of people. Every now and again, Orlog works out in such a way that an elite group of people come together at the same time in the same place for a similar purpose. And we had that occur in 2021 with this Gothar class. A little bit of background, so you guys may not know. The Gothar training, there's academics for it, but a lot of it is also hands-on, learn on the job, real application things. So there's multiple steps to the process that goes into ordination. And I think a lot of folks go into this thinking that it's easier than it turns out that it is. It's something that, and I want all of our people who get into the program to succeed, but it's something that I think's kind of, speaks to the seriousness of it, that everybody doesn't. Not everybody makes it through. It takes a special person to make it all the way through the Gothar course. And in 2021, we had the fine folks you see in front of you make it through and continue to do us proud to this day. And I have every confidence beyond. That said, anyone listening, we have Witans Brandy Callahan. We have Gothi and Dean of the Asatru Academy, Rob Stamm. We have Wittan Daniel Young. We have also Wittan Clifford Erickson. We have Gothi Trent East, who's famous. Looking at the AFA Wikipedia page, Trent's name's on there and mine is not. So there you go. It's a feather in your cap. We got Gothi Jason Plourde somewhere, but he has disappeared for a moment. There he is. And special note, this is Jason's first time on the show. Welcome, Jason. Would you like to tell folks a little bit about this is something I ask everybody who comes on, but if you could tell people a little bit about yourself, what you do for the AFA, and kind of how you found Asatru, how you found the AFA, your story on how you came home.
Oof. How much time we got, Matt?
Me and Svan have done a 7.5-hour broadcast, so thereabouts.
I guess I'll just take it from the top. Name's Jason Plourde. It's an honor to be here, first of all. It's a privilege. I've tuned in, especially watching all my peers on here. I still feel like I'm learning stuff even after my ordination. So you guys are a treasure and a gem, and I'm just happy to be here. But yeah, right now, I kind of had a baby, moved down to Florida, got married. It's kind of big focus for me right now is counseling and kind of being the shoulder for a lot of our folk to talk to when they're having a hard time. Because I'm at home a lot, but I can't necessarily go far. So I have a kind of a unique bit of flexibility at the moment, and that's kind of been my specialty at the moment. Throughout the AFA, I was around in like 2016 when everything was starting to get super heated and political, and all of these quasi organizations that claim they were practicing Asatru really just were out there creating a lot of division between all factions of Asatru and heathenism. As far as I'm concerned, it was super hostile. And in 2013 is actually when I joined the AFA, and I went to several events. I know I'm kind of jumping around, and the AFA was the one that it grabbed my heart. I found out about Asatru in 2008. Inherently paganism, meditation, all the energy stuff, and just took the gods and the ancestry part super serious. So never pledged myself to anything in particular, just the spiritual work and whatever higher power that be to guide me. And it guided me here. So come 2013, when I finally reached out and participated in my first event with the Asatru Folk Assembly, it was winter nights out there in the Poconos. And standing there in bloat with Stephen McNally, Cliff was there. Standing there with Stephen McNally and contrasting that with what I experienced earlier that year in August with another organization, I mean, it just couldn't compare. It felt like home. It spoke to my soul. And I'm like, this is the place I was meant to be. So I don't know how else to describe it. It's I'm not really a feelings kind of guy, but I was absolutely moved to action. So kind of hung around for a bit, made an effort to at least make winter nights every year, if not, several of the events, like Ostara and Midsummer. And come 2016, where I was kind of hinted at with how things kind of got super politically charged, various factions were going at each other. All of the things the AFA has been accused of. My very first event, there was one guy who was just, I don't know if he was deep in his cups or whatever. He wasn't even a part of the AFA, and the AFA had him removed and apologized. And he was spouting various stuff that other organizations would try to pin on the AFA as fact. And I'm like, you guys don't even know what you're talking about. Have you ever gone to an AFA function, see what these people are really about, see what's in their heart, their souls, share a horn with them? And they just, no interest whatsoever. They had their rhetoric, and, gods be damned, they're gonna hold on to it and spout whatever nonsense there was. So I'm like, you know what? No one likes a fence sitter. These guys are treating me like family. The following winter nights, I'm like, hey, Matt, can I try that folk building thing? And not even kidding, like 2-3 days later, Matt's like, hey, you still want to call me, still want to be a folk builder? I'm like, yes, I'd love to. He's like, cool. Also, we're going to get a shot. By the way, you got about 2-3 months to put on a national event. And I'm like, what? And I had never planned an event in my life other than, hey, I'm going to make a bunch of food and have some booze, come over for Yule. So that's how my folk building apprenticeship started. And at the end of the day, I just wanted to help, right? This meant a lot to me. I've had to pick myself up several times, my own bootstraps. And I'm like, hey, if it's not in the cards for me to have like the sweetest of fruits that Asatru has to offer, I want to make sure this is around for somebody else. And that just was my sentiment that grew and grew and grew. Each step of the way as I advanced even into the Gothar program. So it was just something that meant a lot to me, and I wanted others to have it deep core of my soul. So I think that kind of covers the backstory. Was there something else you wanted me to share with the folks, Matt?
Sure, throughout the night, but I think that gives people a little bit of background. And that first event that you threw was Ostara in the South, and that was one of our. That was probably our. Okay, so I'm torn because the past 3 years we have had. No, more than that now. What, past 4 years? We've had, 4 Ostaras at Thorshof, which has been awesome. Time really flies the older you get. I remember hearing that when I was younger. It's absolutely a thing. But up to that point, that was certainly the best one we've had. If you take away the X factor to us having our own Hof, it was probably the best one we've had up until this year, maybe. This year, the one we had about a week ago was better, but no, that was amazing. And again, you did that very, very quickly with very little notice and opened a lot of people's eyes to, what you could do at that point. That was really cool.
I had a lot of fun.
What's up?
I had a lot of fun doing that, even though it was a lot of pressure.
Good. So we will come up with stuff, but we rely on questions on this show. So everybody, please feel free to ask. Unlike the Svan and myself lore episodes, we'll take them as they come. We're not going to have to wait on them tonight, so you can get yours answered a little bit quicker. But first, I want to acknowledge once again, Ronald Blake. Thank you so much. You were amazing. $30 to the prison ministry and $30 to the Asatru Academy. Thank you for that. Again, we really appreciate you. Also, oh yeah, so I was checking over on Entropy, which we don't get as much traffic over there as I wish we did. It has the potential to be a good program. We got a $20 donation from Daniel Wadley. Hail the AFA and hail our Gothar. And Daniel, we appreciate it very much. Said, and I think, any of these questions that are kind of, for the group as a whole, I'm going to rotate around a little bit to see who's going to answer what when. But our first question comes from Allie Clausen. It's for the whole group. How did coming up through the Gothar program together shape how you interact with each other, both professionally and as friends? And we're just going in the order that it ends up on my screen. So, Brandy, let's have you start off on that one, if you would.
Sure. So one of the things about going through the Gothar program, especially with a class and especially with the quality of the gentlemen that I went through that class with, we have become best friends. We have become each other's confidants. We have become each other's support and motivation. We complement each other. Where one can do one thing, the other can do something else, and this person can do that. And we have such a mix of talent in this class in particular that I believe that we all complement each other in some way. But going through the Gothar course, and especially for myself and Goði Plourde, we went through the Battle of Baldershof together. So that brought us pretty close as well. The same with, Rob, Daniel, and Trent. They are extraordinarily close. If I could talk tonight, that would be great. I mean, I know that they rely on each other. They talk every single day. I mean, there's not a single day of the week that I am not on the phone with at least 3 of these men every day. Every single day. They are amazing. They are inspiring. And they do things to make you be a better person. And I think that's one thing about this class is we pushed each other to be better and we supported each other along the way. And I believe I can say for everybody on this call, you find your family in the AFA. You find your best friends when you go through things together. And the Gothar program is not something that's easy to go through. So it's kind of something we all fought together. So yeah, these men are in my life every day.
All right. Joining us from the Bavarian Alps, we got Rob here. Rob has chosen a festive background tonight. Rob, same question to you. How is coming through the Gothar program together with these folks? Like, how has that affected y'all's relationship professionally and personally?
Well, during the program, everyone here is, the highest of caliber. So we had a rivalry, but it wasn't an angry rivalry. It was oh, really? I'm going to one up you this time. It was a friendly rivalry of who could do the best work, who could do the best bloat, who could make the best impression. And that spurred all of us on. Yeah, that spurred all of us on to greatness. It really did. But it was friendly, and we all became really close. Dan and Trent and I, especially being at Thorshof at the time before Njordshof came around, we all were there and were working together at the Hoff. So we became not best friends, but brothers. I've been a groomsman in Trent's wedding and in Dan's vow renewal, and one day maybe they can return the favor for me. But yeah, these folks here, they're not just colleagues, they're not just friends, they're family. Everyone here, whenever I see everybody, because there's some people I only see once or twice a year, it's like having a family reunion. And still to this day, we still push each other to greatness. When Witten Young got elevated to the Witten, it didn't just feel like Witten Young was getting elevated to the Witten. It felt like all of us were, because our boy made it. Same with Brandy. When she got promoted to the Witten, it's like, that's our girl. She made it. So it's when one of us succeeds, we all succeed. And that's the kind of camaraderie we built.
Real good. Same question for you, Daniel.
One thing was that, surrounded by the high caliber men and lady that was involved in that class, is trying to find a way to stand out. And, Rob kind of alluded to it, that, we were competitive with each other, but, in a friendly way. But to kind of answer the question, like, I was very close with Rob, and didn't know Brandy or Jason that well. I didn't know Trent that well. And Matt, you may recall, we had a Facebook Messenger group with all the Gothar students, and every now and then we would get these these commands from the big guy, and it would say, "By Alsherjar Gothic decree, you will do this." And sometimes it was read a certain book or complete a certain task. And one of them was that, I don't want you guys to just be homies. I want this to be, a brotherhood, a sisterhood, and something even beyond that. And it occurred to me that I didn't know Trent all that well. We had met a couple of times, and we're friendly, but I wouldn't have said we were close friends or anything. And I gave him a call on a Friday night, and it was like, "Hey, what are you doing tomorrow?" "I got nothing going on." So I said, "Hey, drive up to South Carolina, and I'll cook for you, and we'll shoot the breeze." And again, we were friendly, and we were professionally colleagues or whatever, but we weren't all that close. And so the bond kind of started there with he and I. And again, somebody that I look up to, Trent, Rob, Cliff. There were guys that I that were very visible in my region, and I was constantly chasing that. Like, when Rob Stamm's in the room, you aren't the smartest guy in the room anymore. And so just constantly trying to up your game or find new ways to stand out. And that's the same way with Cliff. I developed a really good friendship with Cliff throughout the program, and I think because of that, that closeness that we developed not just during the program, but again, pushing each other. Because the three of us, Rob, Trent, and I mean, we got in trouble a couple of times. So Matt's making a face right now. I think we cost him at least one whole day at one time. And yeah, so I mean, even like kind of going through that stuff, where it was like, we might have put ourselves at risk or whatever. That just brought us in even tighter. And the three of us especially operated, and still do to this day, as a unit. And with people like Cliff Erickson and Svan Harrell to look up to try to strive toward, it just made it that much more easy and made us all that hungry. I think this group, what separates us from previous Gothar classes, is that we were all very hungry, and all saw where there needed to be some more help, and we wanted to be the guy to do that.
All right, we're gonna pause real quick before we get to our celebrity. Ronald, on top of his previous donation, bought us 3 cups of coffee. I think Nick is saying that's $5 per. either way, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. Checking real quick to make sure. Cool. Just wanted to make sure I acknowledged that. And same question to you, Trent. How has coming through the class together with these folks affected y'all's relationship professionally and personally?
Yeah, it was pretty much everything that's been said already. You know, I wasn't super close with Robert Daniel at first. Rob and I had been through some similar circumstances the year before, so that kind of made us acquaintances. And you know, Daniel and I were just both in the deep South and kind of used to joke that we were a couple of hicks, you know, just trying to make it in the AFA or whatever. But until then, you know, I didn't have friends that I was this close with, and you know, all being on that same path at that same time was really cool, because it did make us grow, you know, independently but also together. And yeah, like Rob mentioned, you know, he and Daniel were groomsmen at my wedding. There's so much we've all been through together, and anytime any of us has a victory, it's a victory for all of us. Anytime one of us suffers through something, we check on each other, we get each other through it. We joke around all day, pretty much every day. Anytime something goofy in the men's chat happens, you know, one of us will be like, "Hey man, did you see what this guy said?" or whatever. Yeah, it's like they said, we're family at this point. Getting to that point of ordination too was the coolest feeling in the world, being able to stand up, you know, next to these guys that I've seen put in so much work to make Thorshoff what it was and is. And now, you know, one of them's on the Witten and one of them's the dean of the AFA Academy, doing arguably the most important job we have. So it's it makes you proud, and it's also really humbling at the same time.
All right, real quick side quest for Rob, Daniel, and Trent. If either of you guys have that picture of you guys all three getting ordained at the same time, if you could find that and send it to producer Nick, I'm sure he could pop it up on the screen, and it's a cool picture. It's a good night tonight. I am extremely proud looking at my screen tonight. Cliff, what can you add on how going through the program with these folks has affected y'all's relationship? And just a side note that I'd like to make, initially, the AFA Witten, we had, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this, but there was a separation that I kind of inherited in the AFA, where the folk builders were one thing and the Gothar were another thing. And the folks that were on the Witten were not necessarily ordained Gothar. And they kind of, you know, leveled up and had a certain amount of gravitas being on there. But I believe this was the first year that we, you know, made that a requirement for folks on the Witten, certainly for new folks on the Witten. And so, you know, Cliff has been right there with me since the beginning, but it was important to him not just to get rubber stamped, but to go through the program as well. So that, I think, speaks to your character as well. But yeah, Cliff, what say you? We can't hear you, Cliff. Witten Erickson, make sounds. He is making sounds. I see his face moving. Sounds are not coming out. All right, so we'll cut over to Jason, same question, and we'll get back to Cliff here in just a second.
So I kind of mentioned it earlier. It's an honor to be able to go through this with everybody else here, especially for me, Cliff. I was originally supposed to be the class of 2020. But I think with any that's been around long enough, you be careful what you ask Oda to do for you. I poured an offering out shortly after being accepted into the program, and next thing you know, I got fired from the job I had, which I didn't think was going to be a good fit with what was required of a Gothi anyway, and took a chance. That also didn't work out, but what I'd asked for was to get more insight, right, and to be better for my folk, and to just have the knowledge and some experience. And I found myself that year actually picking up a job that had me traveling doing carpentry work. And I had the opportunity to spin that into every time I was in an area to look up a folk builder, to look up a member, to look up a kindred, and at the very least have lunch. And I got a lot of wisdom from that, seeing where people were coming from, the walk of life maybe they were on before they came to Asatru. But that seriously delayed me a lot. So when I got pushed in with all these fine gentlemen and Lady Callahan, and it was not easy. So seeing these guys pull each other up, seeing how motivated they were, it helped me keep my eye on the prize. And early days when I first came in, seeing some of the stuff that Cliff had been through, because he got Raz. I mean, he was more open about interest in the AFA and being a member than I was. I was just drifting through and seeing where I fit initially. I always saw him with a notebook, right? He was always taking notes. He was always hungry for more. And when I saw him come to the Gothar program, I'm like, this guy's got it. I just got focused on watching him succeed and everybody else around me. And you guys really helped me keep my eye on the prize as well. And it gave me that focus to push through and to come back and get my whole house in order and be in a good position to be more available and stable to help my folk once I was finally ordained. So you guys did a lot to lift my spirit and my heart during tough times. And as I said, it was a pleasure and an honor to be taking this journey alongside all of you. Yeah, it might sound like I'm sucking up or kissing up. I'm just speaking my heart, and I'm not the best at that. So you guys do mean a lot to me, and it helped me out a lot. So.
All right. So have we fixed the audio issue with Wittan Erickson?
I think so. How can you hear me now?
We hear you loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, so Matt referred to it a little bit, but my path to being ordained was different from many others. I was a folk builder for a long time, which is normal. But I was on the Witten for 4, maybe 5 years before I entered the Gothar program, I think. And Matt had always made it clear to me that if I wanted to do that I could. It wasn't something he forced me to do, but it was something that was a standing offer. And honestly, initially, I wasn't super interested. I was, and still am in a lot of ways, very much dedicated to the folk with a capital F. And one of the things, what I mean by that is, the folk, like all of our people and our relationship to the gods. And, for me, one of the most important things is the restoration of the glory of the Aesir in Midgard to our folk. And the part that was troubling for me to the part that I really had to learn and grow into was caring about each and every individual folk too. Wasn't my default nature. I'm willing to break eggs to make an omelet. I will still put the greater good above any of y'all individually if I have to. Don't make me do it, but you know where I'm going to land ahead of time. But this fine group of people helped me care, I think, about individual people more. It's not like I was out there purposefully trying to do harm to people or anything else, but each of us is part of that greater good. And I had to be more attentive, I think, to making each piece of the machine, if you will. That's a horrible analogy. It sounds very communistic, but but making all of us better to make the greater good better, as opposed to focusing solely on, is this working at this meta level that it's supposed to, and what have we got to burn to make it right? And I'm very grateful to everyone here for that, and to all of our folk in the AFA, because it's not just these people who've helped me do that. My wife certainly has, Githia McNallen certainly has, but these people in particular, I think, really helped me as far as that direct one-on-one Gothi to individual folk relationship that's so important.
So maybe questions that are for everybody. So we'll see about this. I'm glad we did it on the first one because I wanted everybody to get to hear from each of you. I may throw some of these out to you guys individually, and certainly the ones that are earmarked for a particular person. But if you guys have anything to add or whatever, you can chime in, or if that gets messy, just throw your hand up. I'm watching. Next up is from Owl of Omens. What is the role of a Gothi and Githia during religious ceremony? Trent. Oh, we have a little visitor. Never mind, Trent. Hold on a second. Look, we got Irene. Hi. Those of you listening in the coming days or whatever, that's Gothi Jason and Githia Anna's beautiful little daughter. And we're honored to have her on the program. All right, now we got our baby fix. Trent, what's the role of a Gothi and Githia during a religious ceremony? If you could break that down for folks. And assume people are starting with zero context coming into this episode fresh.
Right. Okay. So there are two main rituals that we do in Asatru: bloat and sumble. Bloat is probably the most relevant to your question. So bloat is a sacrifice to a god or goddess. We gather the folk and we all give of ourselves to whichever god or goddess it is, essentially. And logistically, that can work a bunch of different ways. But the Gothi or Githia is the best way I've heard it put is the bridge between the folk and the gods. So we officiate the ritual, we lead the ritual, we make sure all of the steps to the gifting cycle are getting done. We speak for the folk to the gods. We are the mouthpiece between the two, essentially, for that ritual. And it pretty much the same in Sumble as well, just being that that's a ritual among the folk rather than to the gods. But we are, we lead that. We are that bridge again.
All right. Sorry, getting back used to this other platform. I'm having to back and forth betwixt chats here. Don't mind me. My wife wants to remind us that we did, in fact, get engaged at the Ostara that Jason hosted. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but I guess it was. The next question is going to be a surprising number, I think, on this call. The Appalachian Highlander. How many of you guys are planning to relocate to Sigerheim? And can you tell us a little about where we are, where we're at on that? So who all is planning to move to the home of victory? Okay, so that is, for those of you listening who do not have the visual, that is 5 of us. And producer Nick is currently thereabouts and going to get there eventually. As far as an update on where we're at on it. So here is all right. So where we're at on it is we've got an amazing property that is Sigerheim, and it's not going anywhere. And we're working hard to pay that off. I don't know if Nick's got the current number, but we owe just over 200,000 on that property. It's about 70 acres. And we owe that as kind of a secondary loan while we're currently trying to pay off Njordshof. So we'll whittle that down faster as time goes on. That said, we already have one member living on the property out there. We've got several others, including producer Nick, that go out there regularly to take care of it. We currently have a beautiful bronze statue of our founder and his wife on the property because it was really important for us to get that out there first. And random side note, I guess not random, weird side note, in Jackson County, Tennessee there, for those of you who don't know, it will eventually be the home of Tiershof, and the Kinfilia, or the lack of a better term, animal mascot of that Hof is the eagle. And Our Lady, who currently lives out there, took a really cool picture of an eagle on the property in one of the trees nesting there a couple of weeks back. And I thought that was really special and a really auspicious omen. As far as timeline on large numbers of people moving out there, you guys are all free to move out to Jackson County as soon as you want to. That's the bigger vision. It's not going to accommodate all the people we'd like on the property itself, but the idea is to build a community around that property, which means anywhere in that county is within 30 minutes. Biggest city close by is about 45 minutes, and that's Cookeville. Lots of opportunity, lots of stuff to do there. So it's enticing. As far as when I get out there, if it was just me by myself, I would be out there in a tent right now just making it happen. To move my wife and daughter out there, I want to wait till a couple of the other folks on this particular episode can move out there with me so we can kind of do that pioneering work together. One of those folks told me that the quickest they can do it is spring of 25. Another one of those folks is trying to tell me summer of 26. But I'm going to keep chipping away at those people and see if I can make it happen a little faster. I'm trying to calibrate that to be minimally obnoxious. So we will see. But we're all very excited and building our dreams on that. It's going to be a really special thing. It already is, and it's only going to increase as we get out there. But that's kind of the quick and dirty update on that. If there's any specifics, we could address those too. The next one comes from Chris in Michigan. And whoever wants to raise their hand on this, are Valkyries the result of women ascending? And it looks like Cliff has an answer to this question. Cliff, take it away.
I do, and I know that Wittan Brandy has thoughts on it too. But my short answer on it is no. I don't believe that they are. I reserve the right to be wrong on that if our Alsherjargoði or Odin were to inform me otherwise. But I think that from what I understand of our lore, it's the other way around. With the example being Sigdrifa being essentially punished for disobedience by being a Valkyrie who was made into a woman or cast down to Midgard or cast out of Asgard, depending on how you want to view it. And as far as I know, and Witten Brandy may be prepared to correct me on this, I don't know of anything that supports living women becoming Valkyries.
Brandy, do you have follow-up commentary?
I do. So, do I believe that Valkyries are something that our women can hope to transcend to? No, I don't. I also want to kind of explain what it is when we talk about the Valkyries, what it is that we're talking about. We are not talking about scantily clad women in chainmail bikinis with helmets on their head dashing into battle. We are talking about feminine spirit and energy that is bringing comfort and peace and bringing those men off of the battlefield, taking them to Valhalla. You know, when we talk about the Valkyries, one of my biggest pet peeves is seeing the Valkyries overly sexualized into something that I don't believe that they are. You know, when I think of a Valkyrie, I think of something gentle picking these slain men up in their final moment, you know, flowing robes and flowing hair and an ultimate comforting, peaceful energy to take them to their next place. So I just wanted to put that out there. And because I feel that way about them, and again, I'll be like Witten Erickson, I will defer to the Alsherjargoði because we're going to defer to him and what he thinks. But that is not something that we as women would do in transcendence. That is something that we as women should be striving to do here and now, as women, as Frith Weavers, as mothers, wives, sisters. That is our job here. That is their job there. So this is very much like you have servants of the gods, and you have other, not necessarily spirits, but other like servants and things like that that are not necessarily the Aesir, but they are in that realm and they are doing the work of the gods. And that's how I see them. I don't see them as if I'm absolutely awesome that I'm going to turn into a Valkyrie. I don't see that. I see that as me being, my ultimate goal would be to be an honored Disir. So that's what my thoughts on that were.
Yeah, I appreciate, and this is a really, really important caveat. And I'd like to mention this because it was included in the original question. This is a question we got prior to the program. It's really important that we recognize the gods are not limited by our understanding of the lore or our, I don't know, our thoughts and feelings. Allfather can do anything he wants to do. If he decides he needs to make Susie into a Valkyrie, by all means, if he can chop up Ymir and create Midgard, he can do that. But we don't see examples of that. We don't have any reason to believe that that is the case. I think that if that were to occur, it would be the exception and not the rule. And I don't think it's always this, because I think it's similar to, in a way, to what Christians do when they think, you know, when someone dies, they become an angel. That's not a biblical thing. That's a post-biblical thing. That's just kind of a nice sentiment that they have. And I think sometimes, some of that crosses over with the question, but I also think there's a tendency to view advancement as becoming something of a completely different order than who you are, as opposed to actualizing the person that you are, being like the best version of yourself. No, you need to be transmuted into some other kind of being. And I think that puts an artificial barrier between the self and the woad self, an artificial barrier between who you are and who you want to see yourself becoming. And the only way you could possibly do that is by some magical force or some divine force making you into something else. instead of you making you into something better, a better version of you. And I think ascension works much more like that than someone becoming something completely different. One of the interesting things that I've heard about the evolution of Valkyrie imagery was that early on, a lot of the imagery and depiction was much more, okay, we have the common thing of as Brandy was saying, the like scantily clad chainmail bikini women on like Pegasi, I guess. But so we have the idea of these white-winged horses that these beautiful maidens are on. I think the image, from what I've heard, is in an earlier time a little bit more grim than that. It's the idea of raven wings on the back of wolves, depicting the scavengers that scavenge the battlefield. The literal remains of the dead on the battlefield being consumed and transmuted as part of that soul process migrating up to the gods. But yeah, I don't see any reason to believe that women, when they ascend, become Valkyrier. Like I said, the All-Father can do what he likes, but we do see them becoming the Disir. We see them becoming the word translates into like priestesses, but basically the sacred feminine figures of your family line looking on from beyond the veil, taking care of their family. And I think that's much more likely to be what occurs. The next question we have, I don't think anyone on here has done time, so some of it's going to be anecdotal. But from Derek, how does Asatru different in the free world than in prison, where politics and the question cuts off? But has anyone on the call done any prison ministry? All right. So Daniel, what do you say to that question?
I think the big thing is whether or not prisons, whether or not a chaplain allows people to use chapel space as holy space. But I think the biggest difference is, from my experience with the prison ministry, is the guys aren't always together and they can't always do sacred rites together, and space is limited, as you can imagine. Like, for instance, like our charming of the plow ritual, we bless an actual plow. We cut a furrow into the ground. We put offerings into that ground. Those guys don't have plows, so they have to find other ways to be creative about it. Having acceptable offerings available to them is also a challenge. And but as far as the group cohesion and stuff, with my experience, I've only done a little bit of it with the prison ministry, is that it's extremely, and those guys really police themselves, and so any like unwanted participation or anything, those guys kind of handle it themselves. And I'll say this though, I met with a group of 6 a few times at a correctional facility in South Carolina. They treated me with the utmost reverence and piety. It was really kind of took me aback, because it was a level of deference that I hadn't experienced here in the free world. So I think because there's so limited options to them, that whenever they do have an option, especially if an ordained Gothi is present to help them perform rites, it makes that much more tangible and real to them. But as far as what the difference is the biggest thing I've seen is space and availability.
Brandy, you had your hand up as well. Do you have anything to add on that?
So my experience would be pre-AFA experience, but one of the things that I have noticed about the men and women that are, behind bars trying to practice Asatru is getting information. And a lot of the time, the information that they're getting is not always correct or accurate or good. Some of it isn't safe. They're really limited on the information that they get, which is, one of the reasons why I think it's so important that, the Alsherjargoði has pushed to try to help move that forward. He has been in some of the prisons doing ministry. Witten Young has been some of the prisons doing ministry. And if, there's anybody that you've got, behind the wire and you don't feel like they're getting their religious services, reach out to our Alsherjargoði. Reach out to Witten Young, reach out to any of us. We can see if we can give you some good book references, some good recommendations, some good information. That's the biggest thing that I've seen is there's the information that they're receiving is not always good. It's incomplete, or it is very, very swayed with a direction that we don't believe Asatru should take. So just wanted to add that in there with the information that they're getting and how they can contact us for ideas.
So a couple of things, and I think this is a good enough time as any to mention some of them. One of the big things right now that we are working on is getting this broadcast that we are all sitting here listening to available to guys who are locked up. Again, I am speaking from the perspective of somebody who's gone in, I believe, 3 times. So take that for what it's worth. I've known a lot of men that have been incarcerated and found Asatru there. But my observations are coming largely from that. It's not any of my life experience as far as being on the other side of it. Also, like I didn't really understand, but they've very often, and I don't know if this is true for everybody, but they have access to getting things like podcasts. And there's a number of podcasts in there they can get for a variety of different religious needs. Some even claiming to be Asatru. But as of yet, they don't get access to this broadcast. And I'd like for them to. So we're working on trying to make that happen as an option. I'm looking forward to that if and when that happens, because we want to keep chipping at it until it does. I've even talked about maybe doing something at the top of the show to where I answer any incarcerated person's questions. That way, if they only get a portion of the program, they can make sure that they get that chunk so that they can get questions answered on here, if nothing else. So some good, some bad, and some just different. Producer Nick just put the link to go and support any fundraising for that if we need materials or whatnot. But also, Nick, if you have a good email address to contact our prison ministry, if you could throw that up. If not, folk builder Ashley McStalker has taken over that program, and she's working on it right now. I'm sure she would be very happy to hear from any of you guys if you guys have things that you need, if you have loved ones that are incarcerated, if that's a passion of yours that you'd like to provide help with or volunteer for. She would love to hear from you guys, and it is something that we'd like to, always find a way to do better, because a large number of people do find Asatru when they're incarcerated. So a couple of things. First, just the different. The obvious difference, Asatru is a holistic faith, and it's about a lifestyle. It's not something you do on Sundays. It's something that's who you are. And that goes into your relationship with other people. Well, in prison, that relationship is obviously very, very different. It's gender specific. I'm going to default talk about guys, but I'm sure this applies for the ladies as well. But yeah, when it's a bunch of dudes, it's really different. especially when it's a bunch of guys that are, you know, depending upon the facility and the situation, a little bit harder guys, it's much more of a war band than it is the whole community. And that's not right, wrong, or otherwise. It's just a different context. And in that context, the rules and expectations are often a little bit different. Out in the world, so much of it is about families and about kids and ladies. If you look at any of our AFA pictures, that's something that blew me away at Ostara. It was, you know, when the ladies went up to bless the mead, it was over half of the attendance. It was beautiful and just kind of, you know, almost funny what a big transition that was, because I would say that Asatru on the outside in the 80s and 90s probably looked more similar to Asatru on the inside today, because it was just a lot of guys. But like Daniel said, I have only had great experiences when I've gone and done prison ministry. The guys were extremely respectful every time. They were amazing to me. I think there is a much higher expectation of behavior, and I think there's probably some implied consequence if the behavior is not maintained. That said, attendance at, you know, when I was going to be there was going to be mandatory. One guy had some kind of work detail he had to go for, and I was assured that will never happen again for that guy. So, no, they have been absolutely amazing to me when I went in. Also, the chaplain at the facility I went into was a Catholic gentleman. He was amazing. He's really been eager to work with us and to try to get the best religious services for the guys under his care there. And it was really a pleasure to work with him so far. So it's real different. I think that Brandy mentioned about information. One of the big things, and this is something I would love to help with improving on, and this isn't, especially on the episodes with Swan and myself, we are emphatic that this is the right way to do it. And I believe that. If I didn't believe that with all my heart, I'd be doing something really different. No, this is exactly the right way to do it. By my saying that doesn't mean that everybody who doesn't do it this way is wrong. It's not what I'm saying at all. Guys inside have a lot of information that, from my vantage point, is outdated. Asatru is an evolving, it's a living faith. I will tell you one way that you are doing it wrong. If you are doing Asatru and you are confining it to an ancient space and time, or even a recent space and time like the 1980s, and you don't keep improving and getting better, that's doing it wrong, because that's not living up to our job of always improving and always being our best. We always learn and we always improve. And whereas we've developed the faith and we've come a long way on the outside, a lot of the information the guys who are incarcerated have is passed down from, you know, OGs that have been there for a long time and passed on their materials and taught people, and they transfer to other facilities and they share that information. So a lot of it, Asatru inside resembles like 1990s Asatru a lot more than the current way that we practice Asatru in the AFA. A little bit more, and again, this, I don't mean any disrespect to it. It is what it is. It's a little bit more brosatru than the more evolved religion that we're currently working on. And I say all of this with the full knowledge and the expectation, when I look on from the veil, from beyond the veil, whoever is Alsherjargoði number 3, 4, 5, if they're not doing this better than me, and if they have not advanced to a more perfect relationship with our gods than I have, then they're not doing their job. So I do not think that where we're at is perfect, but it is closer than it was in the 80s and the 90s, and it will be still in the coming decades and centuries. And I think we've probably taken more time on that question than was intended, but I do think it's important, and it is something a lot of people are curious about. Like I mentioned, perhaps, depending on the audience, a surprising number of people who come to Asatru find us through being incarcerated or association with, relatives or loved ones that have been incarcerated. So Katie Joyner asks, what is one piece of advice you would give someone wanting to be a Gothi or Githia one day? And I'm going to go around to each of you on that. We're going to go ahead and start with Rob. Rob, what's one piece of advice you could give those who aspire to one day be one of our Gothar? Rob's camera is froze, or perhaps he is asleep. There he is.
Can you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
I think I was right on number 2. All right. Question is, what you're fine, no worries. What one piece of advice would you give to someone who wants to become one of our Gothar?
Make sure you're paying attention to VNS and not sending memes to your bros. That's an important one. So really solid advice is show up consistently, start volunteering, become an apprentice folk builder, and be consistent. It's really easy to hit the ground running and really hit it hard and then drop off and burn out. But you have to be consistent and put in consistent work over time. Get noticed. Show people that you're a hard worker and that you're pious. To be a priest and to be a Gothi or a Githia, you have to really internalize and believe in the faith. Otherwise, you can't be that conduit for the folk. So you have to be pious, and it has to show. So a whole bunch of stuff. You have to show that you're willing to work hard. You have to show that you're pious and believe in the faith. And you also have to show that you are loyal and believe in the church. Everyone on this call has gone through hardship, and everyone on this call has stayed true to the church. We've seen people we called friends come and go. And the church has always known that it has our loyalty, everyone on this call. So that's a big part of it too, is to love and be loyal to the AFA. If you can show all those things, we'll get you through the academic stuff. We will. We will teach you how to do ritual. We will teach you the bits and pieces of being a Gothi. But if you are loyal and you're hardworking and you're pious and you're a good person that the folk respect, it's really what you need.
Excellent. Side note, Nick, if you want to throw that picture up whenever you'd like, it's a good time. No worries, anytime you get to it. And in the meantime, there we go. Daniel, what one piece of advice would you give to someone wanting to become one of our Gothar?
So if I had to make it a single piece of advice, it would be prepared to make this your life. Quite often we hear people say that, this is my other job. But this is, and I don't even like using the word job or occupation, because that kind of suggests it's something that you don't want to do or something that you have to do. But this is something that you want to do. And you have to be prepared to dedicate your life to it. Your family has to be on board with it, especially the family that you live with, your spouse, your children. Just be, prepared to be 100% all in, because being half in and half out doesn't make you a very effective Gothi or Githia. Kind of like Rob said, the academic stuff, we can teach anybody that. In fact, a number of our membership are well educated in that way, but they're not prepared to dedicate their lives to this. So they're not part of this very elite group of people, and not just the folks on the screen, but the AFA Gothar in general, literally dedicate their lives to this. There are times we walk away from your real job to take care of this one, and I would gladly trade that one for this one any day of the week. That's just a means to pay my bills, but this is what I want to do with every waking moment that I have available to me. I want to be spending doing this.
And folks have had to trade their real job for this one.
They have
their quote unquote real job for this one. So their job that is more financially lucrative than this one. That's like that meme, and it really is true. Everybody wants to be a Gothi until it's time to do Gothi stuff. It's a lot harder than I think people anticipate. Some people are not serious people that want to do it. Other people are, and they just, until you're in the midst of it, it's hard to truly comprehend how much is involved and how much of yourself you have to give to this to do it right. Before we continue with that question, I'd like to acknowledge Alveg Wadley, $50 donation. Thank you so much. Hail the AFA. Thank you. I believe this is a couple who has donated to us on Entropy. We appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you very much. Your generosity is much appreciated. Trent, if you've got one piece of advice to give to someone who wants to one day be a Gothi or Githia, what would it be?
It's something that you've spoken about before on here, kind of making everything in your life Asatru, sort of synergizing it, I guess. And a big part of that specifically, I would say, is living every part of your life Asatru. You should be, the people who know you in real life should know you as the Asatru person, or Viking religion person, or Norse pagan, or whatever they're going to call you. That should be a core part of your identity. It's not a hobby. It's not a club. It's not, you wouldn't treat it like you would treat, playing World of Warcraft or something. It's real. Our gods are real. You should wake up every day and be like, man, the gods are real and I get to worship them. How awesome is that? It's got to be a core part of your identity.
Some people take their World of Warcraft real serious. For the Horde! That said, Cliff, what one piece of advice would you give?
Devotion. You have to be devoted and you have to be devotional in your approach to our gods. You need to be devoted to the Asatru Folk Assembly as your church. You need to be devoted to our Alsherjargoði and the Gothar as your colleagues and as your leader. In the case of our Alsherjargoði, you have to be devoted to our mission, our declaration of purpose, and all of the work that we do in its various manifestations. You need to be devoted to your family, and it'll be a heck of a lot easier if your family is Asatru. I do not envy anyone who would try to take this on without that support behind them. Also, it's good practice. If you can lead your household in Asatru, you stand a much better chance of being able to lead other households in Asatru. And devotion to your ancestors and a deep understanding that the life force that's in you is the spark of the gods, that there's a direct lineage and a direct connection, that it's not even generational. It is one living thing, that there's like a constant motion between Odin breathing life into our most ancient ancestors and you breathing today.
Absolutely. This is all really good advice that we're getting. Jason, if you have one piece of advice to give a prospective Gothar, what would it be?
I want to say culture, but that's without. But for lack of better articulation, develop a culture of servitude. Because once you become a Gothi, everyone you come across, your personal life no longer matters. All that matters is that you're there. The gods come knocking. They don't care about what you got going on. They need you. And as a priest, your first reaction, not even thought, not deed or whatever, your first reaction should be to let them in. So letting go of whatever personal ambitions you have and putting them second, and putting your piety and your servitude first and at the forefront, you'll go far.
So I would say take Jason's advice and marry it to Trent's. That's the thing. If your personal life and your service to our gods are two separate things, then you will always be, about to use a Jesus reference, I'll use it anyway. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're robbing one. You're taking from one to give time to the other, and there's always going to be a conflict. When you build your personal life around your service to the gods, then they work together. Just like your ambition, your personal ambitions. If you want to be a Gothi and you want to do it right, and there's nothing wrong with ambition. Everyone on this call, whether they admit it or not, is here because they have ambition. Some of us who are hosting this call perhaps have lots and lots of ambition. There's nothing wrong with that. I respect that, completely respect that, and I want all of our leaders to be ambitious. Everyone on this call, and it's one of the beautiful things about the class of 21, is they pushed each other to be better because there is a competition amongst them. And you can have malignant competition, or you can have the competition amongst brothers to be their very best. And that's what we see on display here. I mentioned it earlier. It's silly, but I'm extremely, extremely proud just looking at my screen tonight. That's the thing. Build your family, build your personal life, build your ambitions around your service to the Aesir. And that's what you need to do if you want to be a Gothi or a Githia one day. And I see a comment on the chat I just kind of want to acknowledge that I appreciate. Owl of Omens says, I do appreciate how the AFA has made Asatru more substantial. It's not a bunch of neckbeard basement wizards or hot topic witches with daddy issues. You're real people seriously devoted to the gods. If that's the only takeaway from this program, then it is a success. And it means a lot for you to say that and for that to be a takeaway from how we're presenting ourselves on the program. That means a lot. Thank you very much for the feedback. Next one is specifically, so I started with Rob and I didn't get to you, Brandy. I'm sorry. I apologize. What one piece of advice would you give?
One piece of advice I would give is to recognize that Asatru is not a solitary practice. It is a community practice. While it is important to spend time on your own personal spirituality and devotion and relationship with the gods, as a Gothi or a Githia, you are responsible for nurturing and taking care of and helping others to build that relationship. It's not always about you. You have to help others find the gods, come home, help them build that relationship with them, with their ancestors, and with each other. We are not, nor have we ever been, a solitary practice. It is our job to cultivate all of those relationships in order to build a healthier people and a healthier folk soul.
Yeah, if you are stranded on a desert island, perhaps, but barring that, no, community is the goal. Community is the context. It's where all of this becomes real. But double shot of brandy. What is or why is Beowulf such an important work to our folk? Asks Gothi Bodhi Mayo.
Well, Gothi Bodhi Mayo, I don't know if you have another 16 hours for me to answer this question. However, I'll be short, I promise. Beowulf, other than being an epic poem, is a great example of several different things. It is an example of heroism and courage in our people. It's an example of Anglo-Saxon women. It is an example of good leaders and kings versus bad leaders and, bad followers. And it is overall just amazing and awesome. There are several different things that you can get out of it. I recommend when you read it 5 separate times for those 5 separate things I constantly keep harping on. And take your time with it, find multiple translations, and study it. Beowulf is the gateway lord to understanding a lot of the higher written academic books that are out there. They reference Beowulf a lot. In order to understand those, you need to understand Beowulf.
Also, and I mentioned this because it's fresh in my mind with Witans Fawn and I going through the Have 'em all as extensively as we have over the past few, past almost 2 months. It was a 7-part series. Beowulf is very helpful and synergizes really well with that because it's all about hall culture. So much of what we know of hall culture goes back to those points of reference found in Beowulf. It is the premier single piece of literature that exemplifies how hall culture works. Also from Gothi Bodhi Mayo, Gothi East. Who was the best Anglo-Saxon king, and why was it Alfred the Great? First, it was not Bodhi because he was not Asatru.
The best Anglo-Saxon king was not Alfred the Great, but the best Anglo-Saxon king was unfortunately also not Asatru. It was Athelstan who united England and pretty much brought the entirety of Britannia and a good chunk of Ireland to heel under the rightful dominion of Anglo-Saxon supremacy. But, good try.
We didn't ask for the most powerful. I flag on the play. Breaking trough with our gods does not make one the greatest of kings who all trace their ancestry back to the Allfather himself. There are lots of choices there, but those are not the choices. Penda of Mercia was the most powerful of his time. He was tolerant of Christianity in his realm, which was unfortunate, but he at least was Asatru. So I'm gonna say Penda has probably got the best claim on it.
You know what? Let me say, if we're going for Asatru kings, I'll say Redwald of East Anglia. He fought against Christianity, whereas Penda did not. Penda was unfortunately tolerant. Redwald fought against it. He considered giving into it at one point for political gain, and his wife was like, "No, don't be a coward," and he kept up the good fight.
Which altars did he have? Because I believe he had an altar to the White Christ as well as Asatru.
Briefly.
So I'm going to throw out there, this is honestly a conversation that I am trying to have. Enfrith of Bernicia and Osric of the other half of Northumbria. I think they are strong candidates in the fact that though their realm had submitted to the White Christ, they brought it back to Asatru. It was only for about a year, but each of them in their own regnum brought back Asatru for the time that they were alive. But their reign was like less than a year each, so take that for what you will. Cliff has thoughts on the matter. Cliff.
I am not going to nominate a candidate for greatest Anglo-Saxon king, but I thought it would be fun to mention that in teaching my son about how our family members may be Christians and that it's not their fault because they were deceived, that there are truth breakers in our history who he refers to as the evil kings and who he has talked to his grandma about, much to her dismay.
Parenting done right, folks. Examples
I
right
want
here.
to throw in there that Athelstan. Yeah, I would say I want to throw in there Athelstan. White Christ God wasn't strong enough to take the heathen out of Hawken. Just saying. That Harold Hairfair influence still managed to go over Norway and stay the course for quite some time.
Oh.
Plus, he raised another man's kid.
Okay. Another one from Chris in Michigan. Can you reincarnate as the opposite gender, or are all our lives going to be the same gender? All right, so I want to jump at this first, and I'll let other people follow up. I think part of that is a misunderstanding about reincarnation. Again, all of this is with the asterisks that Odin can do what he wants. I don't say that it is completely and totally impossible for your soul to be preserved whole and reissued to another person down the line if that's the will of the All-Father. But I don't think that's certainly not a common thing. Mathematically, it doesn't make sense for that to be a thing altogether, and logically, it doesn't make sense either. Say your grandfather, and you want to name your child after him, and in the hopes that he'll reincarnate. You can't simultaneously be potty training your toddler and making offerings to your grandfather at your altar and it be the same person. It just doesn't quite work like that. But the thing is, our soul has many parts to it. There's pieces that absolutely reincarnate and are passed on as an inheritance through the line. And those are affixed and greatly amplified if you give a child the name of one of your ancestors. So there's a lot to that, but the idea of one-for-one reincarnation, that you are exactly the same person as this other person in history in your family line, and your great-great-grandchild may exactly be you, I think that is a misunderstanding. I think your Hamenya certainly can get passed on, your luck. I think elements certainly of your hammer and your leek can get passed on, absolutely. But yourself, your you-ness, not as much. Certainly memories we've seen do get passed on. But I don't think it quite works that easily. I will say this, I think that for certain, if the All-Father were to will that 100% of you, your entire personage, your entire soul complex, gets reborn into another person in your line, it will be a person of the same gender. Does anybody have additional thoughts or things to share on this? Once, twice?
I do. It's not much, but I think that one of the reasons why we hold masculinity and femininity to be sacred is because we see that is something that the Aesir considered to be sacred in the way that they interact with each other, in the way that Thor and Sif interact with each other. And so, you know, with that big asterisk that Odin can do what Odin wants, I cannot imagine where that would be something that Odin would want to do. It seems like it would be sacrilegious to the Aesir to conflate the masculine with the feminine. You know, I don't think that the way that our souls are constructed, that if you are a man, that there's a, you know, some feminine part of your soul that could be reborn, or vice versa. I don't understand it that way. And it seems so counter to just to nature. You know, I understand that we don't worship nature, but we certainly do observe it for truth. And that doesn't exist unless you're like a reptile or something. And since we are not reptiles, I don't think that example applies. It seems so counter to everything that would be hail, that would be good.
Yeah, I think that's an important kind of side note. I hit the reincarnation bit, but not the gender specificity as much as ought be mentioned.
I think also every time that anything like gender conflation is mentioned in our lore, it is synonymous with evil and deceit and trickery and betrayal. So, yeah, I can't imagine where our gods would allow or find something like that desirable. If it did happen, I would have to think that another force would be behind it.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point. The other thing is, gender isn't a biological inconvenience. It is a fundamental part of a person's being. It's a fundamental part of their character. It's a fundamental part of what makes them who they are. It's not arbitrary. It's not chosen. It's not optional. It's a fixed part of what makes a person who they are. We see that the gods didn't ask and make two asks and then make one of them male, one of them female so they could procreate. No, there was ask and Imbla. From the very moment of us becoming us, there was male and there was female, and there was different things that were sacred about each of them. To act as if it were interchangeable is a disrespect to both, and ultimately a disrespect to our gods that created us as very clearly men and women. And that's a really important core principle of the Asatru Folk Assembly, and unfortunately, it's something that we need to re-emphasize over and over again in 2024, because a lot of people have become very confused about that, seemingly. So speaking of gender specificity, Owl of Omens asks, and stuff kind of a follow-up to his question about the roles of Gothi and Githia in Bloat. What difference in roles does a Githia have from a Gothi? And is there any difference when it comes to ceremonies? And this is there's lots of pieces to this question. Do any of you have things you would like to say on this? Gothi Plourde.
Yeah, actually, I got a few thoughts. First one's kind of the last thing we're talking about. You know, when you inherit what you get from your ancestors as far as your soul goes, and you humor the idea that you could even have masculine parts in a female body or vice versa, that's setting the individual up to not be able to properly handle their spiritual inheritance and build a legacy, that's like setting up for failure. And on the other side of that, if you're that great and mighty with your Kaminga and everything, the gods are probably going to pull that up. So, unless you're on either extreme of that, I don't see how 1-for-1 incarnation would work. I just kind of want to throw that out there. But being fortunate enough to be married to my fellow Gothar, Anna Plourde, there absolutely is things that we defer to one another based on our specific gender roles. When dealing with the goddesses, Anna immediately picks that up. But things like the horn is a vessel that receives. Anna generally will carry that unless it's like a bloat dedicated specifically to a goddess, in which she's more than likely to be doing that herself. And when both are present, because we're not that many, we do work with what we have. It's only natural that she would do that because she is the best vessel and conduit for connecting with a feminine divinity, in the same way like a Thor or a Freyr would be more appropriate for a masculine entity, a masculine conduit to abridge that to the folk. And it's, I'm trying to get more specific here with details, but if nothing else, it absolutely is a thing. And it absolutely seems to make a difference in the way our folk are able to experience and connect with it when we hold those blows.
Gothi Stamm, you had your hand up. Do you have something to add on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Couple things. I'm of the opinion that it doesn't take a Gothi, a male, to properly worship a goddess, or a Githia to properly worship the goddess. I think any one of the Gothar can properly give worship to any of the gods or goddesses. That being said, there is great masculine and feminine energy by the Gothi or Githia, especially I had the privilege of conducting a dual bloat with Witans Brandy, where we combined masculine and feminine energy, and we were honoring both Odin and Frigga, and in that moment, both those energies and both those aspects were coming together in one ritual, and I think that that encapsulated everything in that moment. And so while I don't think it takes a Githia to properly worship a goddess or a Gothi to properly worship a god, I do think there is something special about a Githia worshiping the feminine and a Gothar or a Gothi worshiping the masculine.
Brandy's got stuff to add. What do you got, Brandy?
So one of the things that I like to do when I do bloat, especially if I have, a Gothi present or a Gothi there, I like to do dual bloats. But one thing that I really like to see and emphasize is that the Githias receive. The Githias receive the gifts of the folk. We can receive the gifts of the gods, and the Gothi can in turn give the gifts. He gives the gifts of the folk to the gods. He gives the gifts of the gods to the folk. It's something that I like to do. It's a personal preference. The women receive the gifts and present them to the Gothi, who then gives them. So that's something that I personally like to do in the role of a Gothi or a Githia. Just a personal preference.
So I've got some notes on this that I'd like to throw out there. First, all right. So this is I don't know, after the 7 o'clock hour on the West Coast. A little bit later, the further you go east, children earmuffs or whatever. But you know what? You guys know what you got and what you don't. There's innies and there's outies. It's a thing. Gender's a thing. Trent covers his eyes, but I think Trent knows what's up. He's married. I assume he knows what's up. Joking aside, I've talked before about how there's a lot of layers to our spirituality, to our religion, to our understanding in relation to the world around us. And that's very much the case. Women are physiologically, biologically, mentally, spiritually attuned to receive and to distribute in a way. So when it comes to a couple of things on the question. First, even if I am doing a bloat by myself, if there's a Githia present, sometimes even if there's a ranking woman there that's an elder in our community, a folk builder, a person with a certain amount of gravitas there, them carrying the horn when it is the receiving or the giving round where people are putting their energy into the horn, if I have the option, I like to have one of our women do that. If we are offering the horn in the receiving round, very often I like our women to do that as well. If I'm asperging, and you can continue to extend my metaphor there if you would like, I tend to be the one to do that. 3 beers in, but I'm going to choose restraint on going further on that. But yeah, so I tend to be the one who does that, the distributing in that way, very seriously. And all joking aside, that's really important. So Rob mentioned earlier that any Gothi or Githia can do a ritual to any of our gods, but you'll notice they're very different because the relationship is different. I am very glad and honored to do a bloat to one of our goddesses, but I am going to give bloat to a goddess in a very different way than Brandy is. I'm very happy to stand in bloat where Brandy is giving bloat to one of our gods, but she is going to bloat to one of our gods with a very different feel than I would bloat to one of our gods. And both are beautiful and both are fine, but they're different, and it's subtle, but if it's hard to talk about over it. Okay, because I'm stumbling over my words, clearly it is hard to talk about over a podcast, but it's harder for me to communicate to you if you're not there, because how do I communicate the feel or the energy in the area? But it is different. You do notice that when that's the case. Specifically, Trent mentioned earlier about our different rituals. Well, specifically in Sumbel, women are the ones that carry the horn around in our high Sumbel. They carry the sacred mead. They distribute that. They receive the blessings of the folk. They distribute the blessings of the folk. Good night, Aubrey. I love you. I'll see you in the morning. Everybody's waving at you. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, it's really it's different, but it's subtle. Again, in the Asatru Folk Assembly, gender roles are really important, and they're natural and they're inherent to a smoothly functioning, ordered society. We don't have to enforce them by anything ridiculous or intrusive. Things fall into place very naturally in that situation. And I've seen that in every example of it, certainly within recent years, and that gets better all the time. One thing ritually, in the AFA specifically, The ladies always bless our mead before rituals. They take the horn and they take the ritual mead. They take it off to the side. Ritual, whatever fluid we're using, if we're using ale or, whatever the case may be, they take that off to the side and they perform special rites over it to prepare it for what we're about to do and to imbue it with their holiness, their connectedness to the divine, because they connect to the divine in a very special and different way. But you'll notice if you attend AFA ritual how that works, and it's harder to have a big list of do's and don'ts because it's much more organic and it's much more natural. Like I said, you don't have to crack the whip and tell people where their place is and because it just works out naturally. It's not something you've got to force, and it's not. One of the big things about Asatru generally is it's the idea of coming home to what is inherently right in our soul. So much of what we do isn't a forced or a legislated thing. So much of what we do is just coming back to what is normal and natural and right. The more we try to force that, the more there's, people get caught up with whatever baggage that they bring to the table. And all of us bring some kind of baggage. Our folk have a soul sickness from spending 1,500, in some cases, best case scenario, 800 years in a foreign faith. We all have a certain degree of baggage that we bring with us when we come back home to Asatru. But it really is coming home to what's our default setting and not having to forcibly impose something. And I think that's a really important distinction. Next question is from Finn Wraith, and he asks, is there anyone who is an adult who was raised in the AFA or in the organizations that existed before the AFA? Yes, but much, much fewer than I would like to have seen. That's something that you will hear from that founding generation of modern Asatru. Can't say all of them because I don't think everyone speaks with one voice, but a great many of them that I've spoken to have lamented that they didn't include their children more when they were starting out. I think, the older I get now, that changes. Every year there's more that were raised in Asatru that stay with us, but much fewer from that generation of folks who were doing this in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s than we'd like to see. And that's just honest. I'd love to tell you, oh yes, there's legions of them. Ask me again in 30 years and I'll be able to tell you that. But not quite there yet, but that's something that we've worked really hard to build. So it's something I take a lot of pride in, and everyone here takes pride in as well. First, quite a few of us on this broadcast are raising our children in this faith very actively right now as we speak. But since, and there were efforts before this, I don't mean to discount that, but something that I'm very proud of is since I've become Alsherjargoði, we have had a tremendous amount of women and children actively involved in what we do, actively living Asatru, being Asatru, and raising their families on this. And it's evident in our pictures. It's beautiful and amazing. I can't think of any pictures at any major events. Now, people get together with just the guys and do stuff AFA wise, that happens. But any of our big holidays at any of our hofs, I can't think of a time that there's not pictures of children and ladies and, children of multiple different ages and pregnant ladies in the pictures. So that's a huge part in that. We've got kids from all different ages coming up in Asatru and And Gothi Stamm, who's with us today, his work in the Asatru Academy is such a huge asset to move that forward. That is building the foundations for our future. And it's something that's, you're not going to necessarily see next year or the year after or whatever, because we're still coming up with we're still advancing our curriculum up that far in the grade levels. But those foundations are going to pay off massively in the future for us being able to bring our children with us into that next generation. I look forward to seeing that. So Owl of Omens says, if we have a priesthood, which we do, does this mean that we can't conduct ceremonies at home? First, no, it doesn't mean that, but it's nuanced. Do any of you guys have anything you'd like to, would any of you guys like to answer that question? Cliff?
So I appreciate the sort of follow-up question, because I wanted to point out on the previous question, the word ceremonies is a bit broad, and referring back to the functions of Gothi and Githya, wanted to make sure we point out as a matter of conducting the standard, the threshold rites, that all of our Gothar are fully qualified to name babies, to perform coming of age ceremonies, to perform weddings, to perform funerals. So in those respects, and of course to hold bloat and officiate Sumbul, that our Gothar all have the standing to do those things, even though their approaches and some of their roles, when we're blessed with the opportunity to have many present, may differentiate, but that any one of our Gothis or Githyas could stand on their own to do any of those rites for our folk. And that's sort of a lead into this question as well. As far as conducting ceremonies at home, it is right and it is good for you to make bloat to your ancestors and to your gods in your home practice. It is right and it is good for you to hold Sumbul with your family and your friends in your own home. The threshold rites that I mentioned are reserved to our Gothar. In many cases, for legal reasons, we do legal binding weddings in the Asatru Folk Assembly. We don't do wedding ceremonies that are not legally binding, with the exception of vow renewals, of course, because those are already legally. What's the right word? I want to say certified, but there's a better word than that. But they are, they have the seal of the crown on them already, as it were. So those are an interesting exception to that. But the threshold rites, such as the naming of a child, or a man making or a woman making at their coming of age, and funerals, really should involve our Gothar. And logistics is a thing. Asatru is right now a small and growing and organizing religion. We are not as organized as we would like to be, and as some of the religions that those evil kings embraced have established themselves amongst our folk right now. But we will be. And in the meantime, what we will do as the Asatru Folk Assembly is, we want you to come to our Gothar for these sacred rites. And there may be times when we will appoint somebody, usually a folk builder, to do that in our stead. If there, is no one able to be physically in your presence, if there's a situation, depending on where you are, all sorts of things that we can imagine. But our Gothar will do everything we can to make those things happen for you under the blessings of the Asatru Folk Assembly, and under the ordination that started with founder and first Alsherjargoði Macnallan, when he started all of this for us when he rekindled this troth with our gods.
Does anyone else have something they'd like to add on this? Daniel, I saw your hand first. What you got?
I think a lot of times, a lot of the focus goes to ceremony because a lot of what makes this religion go is the gift exchange. But something I don't see much of, or I don't see as much of, that I think we should see more of is simple prayer. And we have an example of that. Cliff mentioned earlier the Sigdrifamal. The Sigdrifamal prayer is a great framework for how a prayer should go. If you understand the context of the prayer, you'll notice that the first thing that she does is praise the day and praise the night, because she had the ability to see that because she was asleep. And so approaching the gods and approaching the gratitude. And a lot of the times too, that we often tell people, go into prayer with Frigg and asking her to, help you with your SAT or help you with that job promotion. The gods have much grander things to consider than those seemingly mundane things. But if you pray in a way that's more collective, like praying for us as a folk, us as a people, us as a religious faith, and then I think those prayers are often heard and answered. And if you'll notice in Sigdrifa's prayer that she does, use collective speech, to the gods and goddesses, she says, look upon us with favor, grant us victory, bless us with healing hands and honorable speech. So I think that's something that is often overlooked and something that can be, ritualized. I wake up every day and approach my altar that's right behind me, and I give prayers of thanks every single day. So that's something that I think we can do a lot more of and place more emphasis on. It doesn't always have to be a gift exchange. Gifts are great, and a lot of times the gifts can be very simple. Often I'll burn an incense cone, or we have some really beautiful flowers out in the yard. I'll go pick some flowers and I'll offer those up to the gods and goddesses at my home altar. But my interaction 90% of the time at home is just through prayer.
Does anybody else have anything to add on that? Goði Stamm?
Sorry, Jason, I'm going to jump you.
No, it's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only can you do ritual at home, but you absolutely should. It is a fine old Aryan tradition going back as far as can be that the father, pater familias of the family, conducted family rites at home. There were priests that conducted major rites for the public, but family rites were conducted at home by the father of the family, and that was his duty to do so. Just as it was the mother's duty to cultivate the hearth and the hearth cult. These are not just can we, these are imperatives. You should do these. And I really, really recommend everybody create that practice at home where you're leading, as a man, as a father, you're leading your family in prayers to your ancestors and your household gods. And as a woman, that you are cultivating that hearth cult, that family and the disir of your people. That's absolutely important. And
I think this is so absolutely, and just logistically, we don't have enough Gothar to go everywhere that we need to have Gothar. So necessity, the most important things is that our gods and our ancestors are receiving worship. And a great many of us for the longest time have had to do that as individuals without ordained Gothar in the area. But what's really important to note is when an ordained Gothi or Githya is in the area, you let them perform the ritual because something special comes with that ordination. First, it's a sign of respect and honor to our gods that you're respecting that organization, that the ordination from the gods means something to you. Secondly, when we are ordained, something special happens. We're no longer just, Matt or Cliff or Daniel or Trent. We are a priest of the Aesir. That role connects what we're doing with all those Gothar who have come before us and all those who will come after us. There's a collected authority, a collected haminya and luck that comes with that is represented when we stand in ritual and sacred space before our gods and we reach out to them. And it is much better than somebody just doing it by themselves. That's not a slap at anybody. Before I was ordained, I performed a lot of rituals by myself. But there's not one of them that I wouldn't have gladly given way to a Gothi or a Githya if they were there to be able to do it for me and for the people who were there. I would have been so tremendously honored. It's not a slight, it's an act of reverence and respect to welcome a Gothi or Githya to perform those services for you, and it elevates them and it aligns them with our Aesir in a very fundamental way. And by doing so, we strengthen our priesthood and we strengthen the luck of our priesthood, which is fundamental, and it's what future generations are built upon. And ultimately, the gravitas of our church is built upon that. Our ordination is, in a way, certainly it's a point of connectivity between ancient Gothar and ourselves, but in a very literal way, it connects us to the very foundations of modern Asatru. All of us here are ordained with a lineage that goes back to Stephen McNallen, our founder himself, and the relationship he established, well, actually the relationship that the Allfather Odin established with him in 1968. It seems relatively modern, but everyone has to start somewhere, and modern though it may be, that's, 58, I got a math. It's 50 some odd years established, and that puts it far ahead of just some dude. And the more we respect that and the more that's added to with gravity and with dignity over the years, the more potent it continues to become. And it's 55 years, I believe. So the more that adds that value year upon year to our ordination, to the relevancy of our Gothar. And it's a special luck that we pass from existing Gothar to newly ordained Gothar. And it's something that I take really serious with my authority to either maintain or revoke those ordinations. It's a very special privilege, and it's limited. We try to keep it to folks who've earned it, to folks who are worthy of it, and maintain the honor and the dignity of it. And you guys help us do that by welcoming our Gothar in to perform these ceremonies for you and your family and the people that you're involved with. It has a value in Ausgard, it has a value in Midgard, and it builds the value of it for the next generation to come. Got a question about the Othala rune. Sometimes I see the rune with little differences. Is one different from the other? Do any of you have commentary about the I guess straight-legged Othala versus the winged Othala. Trent, your hand I saw first. What's up?
Gothi Stam will probably know more about this than me, but I can say that the Othala room with seraphs, that's the little feet on it, I guess, for lack of a better word. That version of Othala is the one we use in the folk Futhark for one, and it is typically seen as explicitly folkish. The Othala rune in general is pretty hated by people who pretend to be Asatru. The folk Futhark version with the seraphs or feet is explicitly folkish, and it really shows someone that you are real Asatru rather than universalist Asatru.
Does anybody have anything they want to add on that? Rob, you got called out. What do you got?
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the Othala with the quote unquote feet on it is you'll often see internet, for lack of a better term, say, "Oh, well, that's from World War II," but it's not. It originated in Germany in the 17th century, and it was basically just an addition onto an ancient rune that the German people have been using for thousands of years. And like, hey, it looks good with feet. It's not. It did not originate in the 30s or 40s. It's hundreds of years old. So.
Their wings, and the wings on the Othala rune help it ascend to the heavens with our worship and with our Aryan nobility. It really is just a stylistic thing. There's no different meaning other than it harkens back to the runic revival of Meister von List and folks in his day that, reawakened, I guess, what you'd call proto-modern Asatru. And so it's kind of a nod towards that. And as Trent said, it tends to separate folkish from not. And it looks like Cliff has something he wants to add on this. Cliff?
Yeah, this may or may not be silly, but it's additional insight. When I was early in my Asatru studies, I forget if this was a Githia that I knew once or if it was someone else, but it was described to me that, when you look at the runes, you can see many of them are illustrative. Like the Nauthies is the rubbing of the sticks for the need fire, for example. And for Othala, it was explained to me that the top portion, the enclosed diamond, is the village walls, the Innin Guard, the tribe, and that the bottom, whether it has wings or not, is the gate, and that in connection with the esoteric meaning of the rune, that it is symbolizing and representing and the essence of the Innin Guard being protected, and the difficulty that one would have to penetrate that if they try to come in through the gate unwanted. Because
I've heard that ideographically as well. Something else that I just want to say that I don't think is without merit, it has power. Wherever you think it comes from, it certainly is a heraldic medieval device. It's absolutely something that the Arminists recognized early on. But even if you think it comes from World War II, what it comes from is folks that inherently understand that Othala means birthright and homeland. The people who use that with the feet or wings get the power of that mystery in a way that other people don't, and it's powerful. The fact that it causes Norse flavored Wiccans to to clutch their pearls and shriek demonstrates the power of it. So I think, if nothing else, that power is a testimony to that's the way we should use it. But no, good question. I appreciate it. Gothi Mayo asks, Witten Young, why is Heimdallr such an important house?
I'm not sure if Gothi Mayo intended that to be a personal question, because
Well, he did. He said Witten. He asked Witten Young.
Okay, so I'll answer it along those lines. I have a specific connection to Heimdall. It was one of the first gods that, outside of Odin and Thor and Balder, that I started to do kind of a deep dive on. So I think a lot of us, when we first come to Asatru, we're attracted to I'll call them the big three: Odin, Thor, or Tyr. And there's a plethora of information on Odin and Thor, limited amount on Tyr. But Heimdall was a bit of a mystery to me, and I wanted to do a lot more digging into him. And one of the things that I found fascinating was the etymology of his name: home light, or home fire, or world fire, or world light, which is interesting. But my understanding of his position is that he is very much almost like the prism through which the heavenly light projects and creates the Bifrost Bridge. And much like how the priesthood here in Midgard, we serve as the Bifrost Bridge. We are the connectivity between heaven and Midgard. That is, it's Heimdall that stokes that fire in heaven, that creates that connectivity. It's one of the reasons I believe, and this is kind of a UPG thing, but it's one of the reasons that I think that our ancestors and modern Asatru down to this day often use flame to begin a ritual. It's the lighting of the need fire. It's connecting. It's creating a signal fire to those in the heavens. Whereas Heimdall stokes the heavenly flame, the Gothar stoke the earthly flame and create that connectivity. And for to further answer the question, through our understanding of the Rigsthula, it was Heimdall himself that came as Rig, that set the social hierarchy in a very Aryan way, and that tripartite form. The king and priest class, the warrior class, and the provider class. So we were taught that through Heimdall, and as priests. And to be clear, in ancient times, the king was often a priest, so they served both functions. But they were specifically taught the runes, and we understand, the root word, or what the meaning of rune is the mysteries, the secrets of the cosmos. So that specifically is why I found him to be so fascinating, and I think that's why he's so important. An interesting stanza, and I can't quote stanzas like Mandy does, but in Voluspa on Skama, the short Voluspa, the seeress mentions that Heimdall was born at the edge of the world, so he's very much like a god of boundaries, and those gods that exist on those thresholds between heaven and earth are ones that I particularly have more truth with, because I'm somewhat like I'm a people watcher. I like to observe things, and I identify.
Witten Young, did you just call Heimdall an edgelord?
I did not.
So I'd like to add a note on the Lay of Rig and Heimdallr in his guise as Rig. A lot of people think that it is like the establishment of the tripartite Dumazillian breakdown of the producer, the warrior, and the ruler. If that were the case, I think that Rig would have gone to John and Sally and Bill and Susie and Cletus and Gertrude. He didn't. Very specifically, the couples that he went into their home, they were great-grandfather and great-grandmother, grandfather and grandmother, father and mother. It very much talks, and I'm not going to suggest that there's not overlays about the divisions of society. There certainly is, but it's a progression of ennoblement. It took our folk, our ancient ancestors over the course of time, be it eons, but it's clearly generational and over time, from thraldom to aristocracy and nobility. It took a simple people and made them a noble people. By welcoming the gods into their home, our people learned nobility all the way up to noble people, the Aryan people, but also up to kings themselves, up to Khan the Young, or Konungur, which is Icelandic for king. So it's very much a process of ennoblement, and not just, oh, here's some, here's workers, here's warriors, here's leaders. It was more than just that, but it may have that, but it's one of those things that gets said and gets repeated over and over again without thought to it. It's very deliberate, the names, and that's why I think, I'm just throwing that out there, anybody reading our lore, spend the time to look into the names of people in our lore, because they are very, very deliberate and they add so much depth to it. Our next question is from Finn Wraith. Can people in prisons do rituals? Absolutely. No one, and I think this is important to note. I get what you're asking, and I will answer the spirit of the question. But fundamentally, and I think this is important to realize, everyone can do rituals. No one can take your ability to do ritual from you. They can restrict the way in which you do ritual in a lot of really inconvenient ways. But you can always find a way to do ritual in whatever your circumstance. I would urge all of you to please not let perfect be the enemy of good. What is most important is that our gods receive worship. Yes, if you can do that in a better way, always opt for the better way. But giving them worship, as long as it's pious and respectful, with what you have at hand, is so much better than waiting for the perfect scenario that doesn't come. Now, a bigger thing to your question, it really depends on where you are and what circumstance you're in, on how accommodating prison authorities are to people's ability to perform ritual. You being a Finn, I'm not sure how that works in Finland. In the United States, it's different federally versus state, if that even has context and makes sense. But there is a federal system for federal crimes, and there's a state system for state crimes. But even amongst that, there's different levels of, I guess, severity in terms of incarceration. So in a supermax, your level is very, very different than in something much smaller than that. I don't know what the equivalent is in your country, but it's, short answer is, here in the United States, it really depends on where you're at. Legally, you're supposed to be afforded the same ability to participate in your religious practice as anyone else in a similar state of security facility. In reality, a lot of that depends upon your chaplaincy and whether they want to be accommodating to you or not, or whether they want to make it more difficult. I've performed, I mentioned I went into a prison 3 different times, and I've performed ritual there all 3 times. I can tell you what it looked like when I did, and then I'll kick it over to Daniel and Brandy. I'm not sure if they were able to perform in the circumstances they were in. So we had a common, like a library space that I think they used for different religious practices. It served as their chapel. So we got like a desk set up there and a circle of chairs. We had like styrofoam coffee cup. Yeah, styrofoam coffee cups. And they were able to have a little horn cup. It didn't have the end. It wasn't like a full horn. It was like sawed off to where it had a flat end. So you couldn't shank anybody with the pointy end. But we used that. They had a very simple, lightweight wooden ritual hammer to sanctify the space. They brought in Mountain Dew one time that a couple of the guys had been able to purchase from the commissary or whatever, some cans of Mountain Dew that we used. Another time we used like Crystal Light fruit punch, I think. I think another time we used coffee. But we stood in circle. We beseeched our gods to hear us. We made toasts and offerings. We asked for their blessings. We received them. It wasn't as fancy as it would be in another circumstance, but we were able to do the fundamentals, and they were very accommodating, or the chaplaincy was accommodating, to me personally and to the guys that wanted to do it as best as they could, and we were able to make it happen. I know that a lot of other people, maybe they'll have a section of the prison yard that's set aside, but sometimes they're forced to share that with other groups. I know over here, sometimes they will make Native Americans, Wiccans, and Asatru all use the same space, and that's not optimal. So that's a little bit different. Brandy or Daniel, you guys were you guys able to do ritual in the facilities you were in?
Yes, sir. It was a similar circumstance to what you described. We weren't outdoors. We were actually in the chapel building, whatever you call that, chaplain, I guess. And we didn't get to use the sanctuary. We were kind of like off in a almost like a conference room, small conference room with a table and some chairs. And it was very much like you described. I forget what liquid we used, but I believe it was juice of some kind. And it was in a styrofoam cup, and we had like a styrofoam bowl. I used my the hammer around my neck as a way to sanctify the space. Called upon the gods. I believe that day we gave bloat to Thor. And one of the interesting things is that the Muslim contingency there was using a room next to ours, and I was absolutely surprised at how loud that gets. And so that they were almost upping their volume to try to drown us out. And so we kind of matched pitch, so to speak, and got even louder. And it was one of the coolest rituals I've ever been a part of, because it was so stripped down, and it was just the fundamentals, the basics, and didn't have a means to asperge or any of that. So I just I anointed with a rune on the guys' foreheads, and most aggressive hugs I ever had from strangers was from those guys that I did that ritual for. But I was only ever able to do it one time. We did do a sort of symbol. Did something very similar to what the AFA does in Welcoming the Gods. I passed around the cup and had the guys introduce themselves, and kind of like what you were saying about like the native guys and different people in the same space. One of the guys that showed up to that group was at one time a Wiccan, and he immediately dropped that moniker. While I was leaving, he said, I found the true faith. And Yeah, it worked out pretty well, but it was a bit limited, and like I said, it was so stripped down and raw that it was certainly different, and it'll always stand out in my mind.
What about you, Brandy? Were you able to do a ritual, or did you opt to do one?
Didn't opt to do one. Mine's usually on the educational side, but as along the lines of teaching them how to do it themselves. Whether, what it is that they're going to do, and making them understand that these things that we use, the hammer, the bowl, the horn, they are things that we do use and they are sacred items. But in reality, to do a bloat, you need to have an offering and devotion. If all you have is a cup of water, and all the love that you have for the gods, and all of your devotion and all of your personal gifts to put in it, if that's all you've got, that's all you've got. Use that. You don't need, a great big horn. You don't need the biggest hammer to bless the land. Your devotion and a gift is what's important. That is what you need. You don't need to have all of these other things. And one of the things that they were running into is they kept asking for things. I have to have this, and I have to have this, and I have to have this. And they wouldn't let them have these things. So the chaplaincy wasn't taking them seriously, because they were making demands of, I have to have this or I can't do my ritual. That's not true. You would like to have those things, but in reality, not having those things should not prevent you from worshiping your gods. So that's one of the best things that I was trying to relay to them, is that is not necessary. What is necessary is your devotion and a gift. That's what you need. So that was more along the lines of the educational stuff.
So kind of a side note to guys out there that don't have any experience with Asatru in a prison context. It's kind of a dual thing. Like Brandy said, in the meantime, practice your religion. Don't allow scarcity of resources to prevent you from worshiping your gods. Yes, you need to ask for the moon in order to get what you want. It's like any kind of adversarial bargaining system. You overshoot on what you ask for so that you somehow settle in the middle, so that your compromise position gets you where you need to get. And that's a stupid game that has to be played, but it do. That said, in the meantime, don't let that prevent you from worshiping your gods. And that's relevant in prison, but it's also relevant at your house. Well, I don't have an altar, but one of these days when I do have an altar, then I'm going to worship the gods. Or maybe you get hit by a bus the day before that. You never know. So worship your gods today, and then worship them even better when you have your super awesome altar with all the things the way you want it. But yeah, don't let that prevent you from starting. So Gifya Anna asks, what's everyone drinking? I see a lot of tasty looking beverages. So I got this variety pack from Costco of 21st Amendment IPAs. It's a variety pack and it's from Costco, so that automatically makes it, gives it some points. It's got 3 different varieties in it. One is cold, one is hazy, and one is blood orange IPA. Blood orange really comes through and is awesome. The cold is the same alcohol volume as everything else. Usually if something's like ice brewed, it's much higher alcohol content. So I don't really know what makes it cold. They were all cold. They all came out of my fridge, so I don't know. But that's what I got. What's everybody else drinking?
I got a home-brewed hard apple cider.
Oh, points for home-brewed. That's cool.
I don't know if it comes across, but I've got the AFA 20th anniversary mug here.
It does not, but
yeah,
it's a mug, and that's awesome too. The rest of us suckers are just drinking out of cans. Trent's drinking Coke. Brandy's drinking Pepsi. Rob doesn't finish whatever he was drinking. What'd you have? What was in that glass before he finished it?
Cedar Creek, Kentucky bourbon.
Excellent.
Zero sugar Dr. Pepper. Give me all the chemicals.
It's in the
Chemicals
great
are
state of
awesome.
Florida.
What do you got, Jason?
Publix. Got my old fashioned already mixed up for me. Tastes pretty fancy.
Old fashioned. Good job.
Yep. 50-50 with some bourbon.
There you go. Daniel, I will say this as far as diet soda goes. Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like regular Dr. Pepper than other diet sodas do. It's a thing. It's not just good marketing. It's true. So that's what we got here.
Alsherjargoði, I need to add something for Goðar East.
All right.
Just wanted to let him know that Pepsi is the bestest soda, just like Baldur's Hoff is the bestest Hoff.
Why would you do that to Balder and his Hoff, Brandy? First, cola's not good in general. I'll just throw that out there. Cola is not a good flavor. Dr. Pepper's different. Don't turn your nose up, then. You know what I haven't had in a long time is RC Cola. Daniel is revolted by the RC Cola, but that's what you need with the peanuts in it, isn't it?
Gonna throw out the local reference for anyone in New Jersey or Eastern Pennsylvania. A-Treat Cola and all the A-Treat sodas are superior to everything else in the rest of the country.
No,
I
cola.
read about that, Cliff. Vegas is king.
Growing up, before it was commercially available everywhere, certainly not up in Alaska, we used to drink Barks root beer down near the bottling plant in Mississippi, and it was awesome. Like, not the store-bought bottles, but like the direct from, within 100 miles of the bottling plant, like big, thick bottles of Barks were awesome growing up. But we digress. So Brennis asks, how did you guys settle on Tennessee/Jackson County for Sigerheim? So there's a variety of. So when we settle on any Hoff or any property, there is a variety of considerations. Tennessee or Sigerheim is a little bit different because we're deciding where a number of us who are making the decision wanted to live. And again, the default position is let's live in my backyard. Let's live where it's close and convenient to me, or close. And when I say me, whoever's talking, everybody wants it as convenient to them as possible. But realistically, what things made sense for everybody? So proximity to jobs and infrastructure where we could have the quality of life kind of things that we wanted was important. Centralness to AFA activity or easy access to large numbers of AFA members is also an important factor. Reasonable legal setup and state income tax issues was also, something to think about. Cultural and traditional values in an area was certainly something to think about. And I think, one of the things that was particular, the more we were looking at it, there was a number of intentional communities that have been set up in Tennessee. It's really kind of a good state for that. Also looking at property zoning, the unrestricted zoning in Tennessee is very good as far as them not making you jump through hoops or making every project you want to do exponentially expensive through permitting and other nonsense was also appealing. And to a number of us who are going to move there, it was appealing to have just culturally if we were going to have it somewhere in the general area, to have it somewhere that was, in the old Confederacy was kind of a feather in the cap of wanting to have it there culturally, historically, respect to our roots and our ancestors. 5 of my ancestors that I know of in my 4th great grandfather's generation fought for Dixie. So having something in the South was a nice appeal to a lot of us. And something just came with, looking at what was available for a reasonable price. It was kind of an interesting story. So we couldn't all get everybody on site to check everything out. That just wasn't an option. So along with a couple others, but consistently, Witten Young here was our point guy on talking to realtors and exploring property and kind of deciding. So if it would have ended up being a terrible property, it would have been all Daniel's fault, all his fault. But no, he found us an absolutely amazing property. If any of you guys get the opportunity, go there, check it out, walk all the way to the top of the ridge. Don't turn away halfway up. That's lazy. It gets cooler the further up you go. But it's really an amazing, amazing space. I'm looking forward to building a life there. But that's kind of some of the things that went into it. It's an hour and a half from Nashville and from an international airport, which is a good thing. Like I said, 45 minutes from Cookeville, which is close enough for a commute, especially you get something on the outskirts there to where you can do stuff. You can still go get the things out of a city that you need, but also have enough distance to where you've got some space. It's beautiful. It's in an area that is kind of, known for, I think, overstates it, but the properties around there were advertised as hunting properties. So there's a lot of game there, a lot of deer. When we first rolled up there was turkeys. So it's really neat. And what turned out is on the property, we have a pretty old graveyard that was not well tended over the past couple centuries, and we are remedying that. I laid my mother to rest there, and we're taking care of that. So it's really a special spot. If you guys get an opportunity, I'd urge y'all to go there and check it out. Daniel, since you were the scout for that expedition, do you have anything you want to add on that front?
Well, we were looking in Eastern Tennessee in the beginning. Remember at one point we were even discussing like West Virginia, but there was, as far as like proximity to jobs and whatnot, West Virginia just wasn't viable. And the first trip we took up there was myself and Heather and our daughter, along with the East. And there was a couple of properties that were like right in line with our price line, but it just required like we were going to have to go in there with sticks of dynamite to make it livable. And the realtor that we were working with stumbled on the property that we eventually settled on, and put us in contact with the selling realtor. And I can't explain how stressful that whole process was for me personally. I've talked about this behind the scenes with Matt and with Alan and others. Here, Daniel, here is $250,000. Go find us property to live on. And by the way, I'm not going to set foot on it until you have already bought it. Whoa. Okay. But when we pulled up to that property and saw the large, open fields, and it was just, kind of a no-brainer, like that was easy place to build on. We walked that property with the real estate guy and all that. And my wife was going and like with a knife, like carving runes into the trees and stuff, trying to make that happen with some help from our friends on the other side. And we knew it was the right property because it kind of had all the things we talked about. Proximity to Cookeville was one of them, and it looks like finding work in that area within a reasonable distance isn't going to be all that difficult. And not only that, just the scenery, like driving into the Whitleyville area. There's the Cumberland River is right there. It pools up in several almost lakes around some of the foothills there. It just, if you're an outdoorsy kind of person, it was just an ideal spot. And we fell in love instantly. Out of all the things that I've helped contribute to in the AFA, that one's probably my proudest.
And it should be. That's the thing. Daniel was nervous, and it entertains me to no end that he was. I was not nervous because I completely and totally trust Daniel. So, and he did not prove me wrong. All right. So Finn Wraith wants to know if any of us have ever played World of Warcraft. I have. It's been a very long time. I always was an orc. I was usually an orc warrior. I think it was an orc death knight at one point. That's kind of how I roll. Cliff, what side were you on, and what race and class did you play?
I played as a human, but honestly, World of Warcraft wasn't really my jam. I played it, but it was very one-tracked. In my MMO past, my more fun games were old school Star Wars Galaxies, EverQuest, Darkfall, which was like full loot, full PvP, permadeath, lots of fun there. Age of Conan, which was just gory and graphic as all get out. And then, of course, EVE Online. Got to play EVE Online. But I will say also MMOs are bad for you. If I had to list all of my past vices, of which there are many, online games are very high ranking. It's a great way to waste a lot of energy you could be doing something better with.
Jason, what race and class did you play?
So, trick question. High Supreme Commander of the Humans, because I played the RTS, which preceded the MMO.
Okay.
So, always the humans, death to the Xeno.
The humans are always just so effeminate. Although the little dances that you could do as the orcs, you could do like the MC Hammer dance. So I started to think of the application to the orcs, and I don't think they were our people. I think they might have been folks that acquire bicycles by other means than purchase.
It's probably fair. EVE Online was more my MMO. Ruthless business and collecting ice cold bodies in space was my thing.
There you go. All right. So another fun question. What are some of your favorite kinds of music and some of your favorite bands / artists? So give me 3 musical artists you enjoy as I get to you, because if not, we'd spend all night on this question. Daniel, name 3.
Slayer, Alice in Chains, Pantera.
Trent.
Pantera, Slayer, Metallica.
Cliff.
I'm so old that I don't like music anymore. I listen to talk radio.
Okay.
I do like music. I'm kidding, but I could tell you what I liked 20 years ago, but it's not really relevant.
It's always relevant. Music doesn't die. You could tell me like Louis Armstrong or something if you want. You can tell me Mozart if you want.
Mozart and Baroque are awesome. Yes, indeed. If I had to name something, Stone Temple Pilots, even though they died from drugs, at least Scott did.
It's not a commentary on their lifestyle. Just
all right. Stone Temple Pilots, Metallica, and Soundgarden.
There you go. I got Journey, Heart, Dio. Jason.
Dio, Warlock, and Threesos.
Brandy.
Fleetwood Mac, Black Label Society, and Blacktop Mojo.
Rob. That's why I said Rob.
I didn't hear you. So I'm going to give you a sampling of my musical taste then. Rachmaninoff, Taylor Swift, and Satanic War Master.
Okay, serious question. On the Swifty note, are you being ironic or is this a serious endorsement?
I seriously like Taylor Swift. Yeah.
I will admit that she is extremely talented, and I cannot say I've never enjoyed a Taylor Swift song. I would not call myself a Swiftie per se, but I will game recognize game.
She's extremely talented in photographs.
We'll take it. All right. Okay, so this is a good question. And I'm sorry, I default to answering a lot of these. I need to pass them around a little bit. What are the responsibilities of various positions within the AFA, i.e. apprentice folk builder, Witten, etc.? I want to go ahead and throw that to you, Cliff. Break that down for folks if you would.
Sure. So an apprentice folk builder is a folk builder in training. A folk builder is the muscle of the Asatru Folk Assembly. Their core responsibility is really three-pronged. It's recruitment. It is getting the folk together for events, whether those are simple meetups or large national events at campgrounds or hofs, and helping the Gothar implement the mission of the Asatru Folk Assembly that Alsherjargoði Matt here sets out for us. The Gothar are our priesthood. We've talked about that quite a bit already, so I'll let that stand. And the Witten are Gothar selected by Alsherjargoði Matt to act as his advisors, an advisory council, if you will. And the Alsherjargoði himself is our high priest.
All right. And yeah, there you have it. As I mentioned earlier, there was a time to where there was kind of separate tracks. Now it's all a unified pillar upwards. But yeah, and then below that, we have quite a few volunteers that don't necessarily have titled positions, but that do a lot to help us out. So there's always ways to contribute and help if you want to. You don't necessarily have to be one of those people. But one thing I will note, in order to be one of those people, you have to own it. You have to use your face and your name, be on the website, and be proudly associated with us for all the good and all the not so good that comes with us. And that's really important. Alvig asks, what age do you recommend for a man-making ceremony or a coming-of-age ceremony? And what do those ceremonies entail? So I will throw this out as a caveat first. Well, okay. Those are things that are important and that we have not codified nearly to the level that we would have liked to have. Anybody have hey Rob, what are your thoughts on this?
Sorry, I was looking in the chat. This is on the age of a man making.
Yeah, what age do you think is okay? So this is more of a, I'm just going to throw this out there because it's not a trick question. I want your thoughts on the actual ceremony itself. The age of a man making or woman making ceremony, first, you got to be post puberty. Secondly, realistically, in whatever jurisdiction you live in, you need to be recognized as an adult. It's ludicrous for us to give you a man-making ceremony and then tell you to go to bed at your bedtime. Hey, it's a man-making ceremony, but you can't do any of the things entitled by adulthood. A ceremony doesn't have value if it doesn't really mean something. Right. So if we're welcoming you as a man or a woman, that means, cool, if you're a man, I'm okay with, once my daughter is old enough to be a woman, I would be okay with her dating you and pursuing, a relationship with you. If you're a man, I'm going to respect you as a man. And if you come at me, I'm going to pop you in the jaw. I also don't want to catch a charge for that because you're 12 and somebody gave you a man-making ceremony. It needs to be a real. In the AFA, we don't believe in doing things that aren't real. Just like Cliff mentioned earlier about weddings, we don't perform pretend weddings. We have actual priests. We sign wedding certificates. We do legal weddings that are real, that are legally binding. We believe the same on when we declare someone a man or a woman. That said, Rob, could you talk a little bit about what one of those ceremonies might entail?
Sure. And there's a couple caveats to that. I think one thing that Wittan Swan has done, and I like a lot, is when a man or a woman reaches of an age, there's a ceremony to say, okay, now it's time to put childish things away and learn to be a man and learn to be a woman. You're not a man or a woman yet, but you're learning to be now. It's time to put away the toys. So I think that ceremony is going to be a little different than an actual man or woman making. In that first scenario, it's one thing we've talked about is here's a wooden sword. And then once you actually are an adult, you will break this or turn it in or sacrifice it, etc. And then you'll be handed a real man's weapon, whether that be a rifle. We don't use swords anymore, right? You're not going to defend your family with a sword. And I really like the symbolism behind that. That here is an effigy of a man's weapon to remind you of your journey. And then once you have reached the pinnacle of that journey, then you are handed a real weapon as a man. Now, of course, for a woman making, I have 2 daughters, so this is going to be more prominent for me. What does that entail? Well, I don't want my 14-year-old daughter thinking that she's a full-grown woman and she can get married and drive a car and all the rest. Absolutely not. But she's also at that. We did an entry-level ceremony where it's okay. It's time now that you can seriously learn about your faith, the gods. There's no more playing with the kids at ritual. Now you have to pay attention. You have to learn and watch the women of the church and how they conduct themselves. What are they doing? What are their roles? What is important? And all of that is absolutely explained to them in this initial entry-level ritual. And then once they're adults, then there's a symbolic exchange. I know that the tradition is maybe keys or it may be something that's not even so formalized. It may be sending them off to school or sending them to, eventually, if it happens later, I don't necessarily advocate for young marriage, but if it happens later, it's sending them to their husband's home. You know, I honestly have not given much thought into the end ritual for girls, although I do have girls, so I need to start thinking about it. But I have thought more about the male aspect, and that's just because I am a man, so that comes more natural to me to think of masculine things and masculine energies and rituals involving that. But I do like the ideas that Witten Swan has put forward of uh, an effigy of a man's weapon to start the journey, and then a real weapon, and you are a man now. You can be a full member of the church as the final ritual.
Yeah, the idea of it being a process makes a lot more sense. One of the things that was always very off-putting to me when I first got involved with Asatru was these man-making rituals with some 13-year-old kid, and they would give him some kind of silly LARPy weapon, but when suggested, like, hey, how about you give him a rifle? Well, no, that's preposterous. What? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, well, then you shouldn't be doing the ritual. The idea of giving a man the ability to take life is important, and it's really serious. It doesn't always have to be that, but in a pinch it is that. If I'm accepting you as a man into my tribe, if stuff gets hectic, I need to trust that you have my back, and that you will protect my family, and that I'll protect your family. If I wouldn't trust you with a loaded firearm, and again, we respect the legalities of wherever we're at, and maybe in the country or communist state of the United States you find yourself in, you may not have the rights that a free man would normally have. But up to that ability, the idea that you have the responsibility of being able to literally take life if it is necessary, that's a really fundamental responsibility. And if we wouldn't trust you with that, then we ought not perform a man-making ceremony with you. If we wouldn't trust you with a weapon that's deadly, then we shouldn't perform that ceremony. And so I think that it's not just about hitting an age on on some kind of a chart or a calendar. It's fundamental that rituals mean something, because if not, we cheapen them for everyone else. So next question here is kind of an interesting one from the Wolf Throne. Have any of you ever experienced aggressive paranormal activity? The moving of objects, loud bangs, strange voices, etc. And how do you respond to it spiritually? So in case I didn't see hands, I see Brandy, Jason, Daniel. Anybody else? Rob's got fingers. So let's start Jason. Jason, what do you got?
So this is going back like any idea what paganism or anything is. I was actually adopted, not necessarily the greatest home. And looking back, I can't help but think it was, maybe the myth of like the Pied Piper and possibly, other things surrounding it. But I very vividly recall when I was probably like 3 or 4, crawling out of my crib because I heard something from the closet. And when I crawled into the closet, now this is like an attic room, it's top floor. The actual window was pitch black. It's nighttime. I shouldn't have been up, right? And I heard something from the closet. I walked across the room, crawled up, a couple packages of diapers, and I pulled myself to look over the windowsill. And outside it was a stormy gray. There was kids on a playground. Could hear something saying like, "Hey, come join us." And I was actively trying to crawl out the window. And then here comes the foster mother, slaps me, fall out of the closet, puts me into the bed. And anybody knows me, I'm hard headed. I'm like, there was something there and I'm gonna go hang out. So I crawled back out of the bed, out of the crib, go to the closet. That window is no longer there. And there's a few other smaller things, but that was probably the most intense of that house.
All right. Brandy, tell us your Hank story and how do you respond to it spiritually?
So I've got several, but I'm going to talk about Hoff Grandma if you don't mind.
All right.
So Hoff Grandma, and anybody who's been to Baldershof, and when you walk into Baldershof, there is a very strong energy there, mostly because it is the Temple of Balder, right? Keep in mind when I'm telling you this story, in the Temple of Balder, nothing bad is ever there. It is only bright and beautiful things. Keep that in mind. So I'm there one night getting ready for the first Freyfaxi that we had there, and I'm on a ladder, like rocking back and forth, trying to paint a ceiling because I'm like 5 foot nothing and tiny and I can't reach. And all I smell is like this old woman's perfume. And you can hear the Hoff doors going back and forth. And you can hear the clicking of a woman's heels in the bay. And all I can remember hearing is, "What are you doing? Be careful. What are you doing? Be careful." And I'm not the only one that's experienced her. She does not seem malevolent in any way, shape, or form. Jason Gallagher makes it a point every time he walks into Hoff to say, "Good morning, Hoff Grandma. Good evening, Hoff Grandma." It's kind of just a Baldershof tradition that we greet her as one of the Vaetirs of the Hoff, or possibly one of the ancestors of a Hoff. Things have moved, noises. I know Goðar Plourde has experienced Hoff Grandma in the past as well. Anybody who's spent a significant amount of time, you'll feel her. One interesting story about that, there has only been one time, and one time only, that she has ever, quote unquote, done harm to anybody. And it was at an event where there was a member who is no longer a member, and that member left in a blaze of glory. Claims that there was something malevolent, I can't speak today, in the Hoff that touched him and pushed him away from bloat. That's the only person she's ever done anything to like that. And they're no longer here. And they were not kind when they left.
Good deal. Rob, did you say you had a story for us?
Sure. Mine aren't quite as cool. So right after I got out, yes, baby, hold on a sec. So right after I got out of the Navy, I was staying with my parents, and I thought they were supposed to be out of the house, and I was taking a shower, and I very clearly heard a woman's voice say my name, clear as day, like like, okay, well, my parents must have come home. So I said, "Yeah, Mom, just a second." And I get out of the shower and I, dry off, and I go out and like, "Yeah, Mom, what did you need?" And nobody's there. They had not come home yet, but I mean, that voice was very clear. And what's interesting is back then I was very, very fresh to Asatru. So I didn't even really know there was anything I could do. But just actually yesterday, I heard a voice say my name while I was in the shower, and it was an adult woman's voice, and I have young kids, so it wasn't my kids. And I got out, and in that case, after I dried off, I went to my altar, and I lit some incense and some candles, and said, some prayers to if there are housewives that want to get my attention, you don't have to scare the bejesus out of me. You can just, say hello without, spooking me while I'm in the shower. But that's my story.
All right. And Daniel, what do you got for us?
So what the Alsherjargoði referred to as haints in the Carolinas, we call them hags, and yeah. So I had a problem with that most of my life, and how to explain that? It's like this sensation that someone is sitting on your chest while you're sleeping, and you can't move at all, and you can't cry out, you can't do anything, and it's a very aggressive, like violating experience. Like it feels like someone's just pinning you down, and the medical peoples will call it sleep paralysis or whatever. I don't think everything can be explained by science. But when I had given myself to the gods of my people, it kind of went away for several years, and I had mentioned it to another fellow that was also an Asatru that was the case, that I'd had this experience for years, and when I gave myself over to the Aesir, it just kind of, and I never connected those dots. And he responded to me with a verse from the Runetal, where Odin is talking about his spells or his charms or his songs, and he refers to the 10th. And he says, if I see hags flying about, I could sing this song and they will lose their shape and return back to their haunts. And when we started looking into the etymology of the word that was used, it was mentioned on Svan's and Matt's most recent Havamal episode. That word is called Toonreader, which kind of means like fence rider, and it was a word that literally translates to night hag or nightmare. So that went away for a while, but so I've had 2 visitations in the last year. One of them was in June, and it was the first time I can remember actually being able to actually see an entity. And it didn't have like a human form or any of that. It didn't have a recognizable form. It was kind of like almost this like gray black haze that kind of hung over the bed. And I remember it just like it happened yesterday. I remember somewhere in between that dream and awake state, I thought I was talking to Heather, and Heather was talking back to me. And I said to her, I can actually see her. And the next day, I found out that I was appointed to the AFA Witten. And hooray, that's great stuff. But something was telling me that energy wasn't telling me something positive. So it happened again. And 2 days later, I had a massive heart attack and almost died. And I've told that story on this show before, and I don't need to go into all that again. So it happened a 3rd time since then, and I went at it rather than coming from a place of fear, but coming at it from like a place of like aggression. And I had this conversation with Matt not long after it happened, because it was really concerning me. But the question asked is, how do you respond to those spiritually? And what I did is I drew on a piece of paper the R rune, which is the 10th rune of the Armin Futhark, to coincide with that 10th spell that Odin mentions in the Runetal. And my understanding on why that could be working is that rather than just laying there and being a victim, I'm fighting this entity on a different plane, a different playing field, so to speak. I'm coming at it with literal songs of the Allfather. And so far it's worked, but we'll see. It's continuing to be a developing thing, but I haven't had that experience in a couple of months. But yeah, that's something that I've fought with all my life as night hags. And again, I think they're referred to as night terrors or sleep paralysis by medical professionals, but I don't think everything can be explained that way.
So, looks like Jason has something to add. What do you got, Jason?
have you considered like raw iron nail after you purge the area to secure the doorways?
I've considered and done a few things. I'd be glad to talk to you about it on the side.
So
Fair
I've
enough.
been at your house within the last 2 weeks. You have not implemented Haint Blue. Haint Blue is a thing.
No, I
It's
haven't.
not, it is not our people's thing. It is a different group of people's thing, but you'll run into
a
that.
South Carolina thing, which is also interesting. That
There's different shades in different southern states for it too, I learned.
Yeah.
Sometimes you paint it on like the ceiling of your porch, like deck area. Sometimes where I'm most used to it is you paint it around like window frames and door frames. It keeps the haints out. It's what
I have not tried that. No.
it's what some of your colorful friends there swear by.
Got to look into some Pennsylvania Dutch hex signs. They're not just for nice.
See, that's the thing. So a word on how to respond to them spiritually, and I suppose this is not as much of a response as a pre-sponse. It's not a word, but you heard it here first, folks. It is now by Alsherjargoði Gothic decree. When you're dealing with metaphysical things, your state of mind comes into play in a much more visceral way than it may seem to in your everyday life. But this happens in your everyday life too. So this is the portion of the show where Matt goes into his bouncer stories, reliving his glory days. But one of the things when I first started and I was not sure of myself, I was in fights all the time bouncing because the disruptive folks could smell that on me. Once I became confident in my skills and abilities to handle myself, and it doesn't mean that I was confident I could whoop everybody or whatever, but I was confident I could hold my own, and there wasn't a question if I asked somebody to leave that they were either going to leave or I was going to see to it that them leaving happened. All of a sudden, not so many fights because the energy that I projected, however you want to take that, was very different. Same thing happens in a spiritual arena, I believe. I've always, since I was very young, never understood why ghosts, for lack of a better term, were scary. Like, yes, when they do scary things, like in a horror movie or something, that's scary. But if they're the spirits of deceased people, why would I treat them like I wouldn't treat other people without context? Like if somebody did something scary or mean to me, then sure, I would be scared of that. But sight unseen, their presence or making themselves known isn't inherently scary. And I've felt that way since I was little before I really had a context to it. I believe it really strongly now. That's why I've kind of taken an outlier position on Asatru ritual. Used to be, it was very, very common and just kind of what everyone did. Because again, we didn't have Hoffs until relatively recently. Our first Hoff was established in 2015. So we would be going to parks or other places and creating sacred space. And one of the things in doing that, people would have more or less elaborate things to banish bad spirits or to chase stuff away. And they would do it in a like a fearful way that they needed to, chase these things out, or else, they were at this terrible risk. That's never been something that I've wanted to do in ritual, because that's not something that I would do in normal life. I don't need to protect myself against stuff. I'm proud to stand on my own in a crowd and say, hey, here I am, this is what's up, and stand tall, and not, need a bunch of security to protect me from, people. I think that translates spiritually too. And I don't mean to take it lightly or to be cocky. I don't think that's right either. But as I've said, with religion and with anything else that's, for lack of a better term, unseen, a lot of this is about relationships in a similar way that you would have relationships with people. It's not the same, but as a starting point, if you are fearful, malevolent entities, be them corporeal or not, will prey on you because they sense fear. If you are confident in yourself and your abilities and your gravitas, things are less likely to prey on you because you are not a soft, easy target. Doesn't mean that if they want to prey on you bad enough, or if they're, that much more confident in their efficacy than you are in yours, that they won't prey on you. But it means they are less likely to, and you do not stick out like a victim waiting to be preyed upon. And I think that's valuable in as much as you can internalize that and authentically embody that within yourself. And that's what has worked for me in my life. All right, so this is a really interesting question, and I'd kind of like everybody's thoughts on this one. And this is from the Wolf Throne, and I think it's a good question. He often comes with really good questions. I assume it's a he. Do you ever feel you are loved by the gods and goddesses? I sometimes hear Christians say our gods are cold, probably due to the warlike image of our gods from the Viking Age. Start with you, Daniel. Have you ever felt loved by our gods and goddesses?
Absolutely. To answer, I refer to our gods and goddesses in a loving way because they're our oldest parents. And we don't have the master-slave relationship with our gods the way that the Abrahamic faith do. They are literally the progenitors of our people. So I would think that they would hold that position in a almost like parental way. Authority, yes, but it's a loving authority the same way that you would love a child. Have I ever felt loved by my gods? Yes, absolutely. I felt the gods speak through me in ritual space before I became a Gothi and participated in a ritual and stood in that circle. I felt the God's presence, and I never walked away feeling anything other than love.
What about you, Trent?
Yeah, I agree with Daniel. Absolutely. I mean, you can't look at all the blessings the AFA has received, and all of us individually here, I know all of you have received blessings from the gods. You can't look at those things and not feel loved. And like Daniel said, yeah, I've stood in ritual. You know what? The first time, I'll tell a bit of a story, I suppose, real quick. The first time I ever felt love from a god or goddess, I would say, is during your Ostara bloat at Ostara in 2016, Alsherjargoði. And that was what convinced me this is real, is I felt the love of Ostara. And I said, okay, this is real. I need to, be in this 100%. So yeah, absolutely. We have Forhoffs, we have Sigerheim. They absolutely love us.
Oh, what about you, Cliff? What have you ever felt loved by one of our gods or goddesses?
I have felt the love of our gods and goddesses for our folk and for our work. I think that the way that I feel these things is that my ancestors are my connection to the gods, and my ancestors are the gods' connection to me as well. And so it's not necessarily that I feel a hug from Thor or something like that. I have experienced the blessings of the gods in my life. I think that when, I guess it depends on what you mean by feeling love. If you're talking about, the kind of love that, you have for your parents or that you have for your children, then I don't think I've directly felt that from our gods. But I have felt it from my ancestors, and I have felt and seen the love of our gods for our folk as a whole, almost in like a way that you would ideally say that like a king loves his people, but that it's not that he loves each individual one in a personal way necessarily. And that doesn't mean that it's like there's an unloving relationship there. It's just that it's a bit bigger than that and a bit more distant than that. Yeah, I think that, I think that our gods are in many ways, they're so big and so great and have, what I can only imagine is so much on those vast minds and in those vast hearts that it's a very complicated thing for me to assert that I have felt the love of Frigga, or that I have felt the strength of Thor or something like that. I think that those things are true, but it's a more complicated feeling and is sometimes less direct than the question referenced Christianity, right? And in Christianity, there's this sort of implicit, like, Jesus loves you personally, and you need to love Jesus personally. I don't think that's exactly how it works with Asatru. I think that it's a lot more interconnected, that there's a lot more of a web of relationships, and that if we're in tune to things, we can feel the reverberations through that web. But yeah, it's complicated. Maybe I'm over explaining it. The simple answer is yes. The complicated answer is no, but also yes.
Fair enough. Jason, have you ever felt loved by one of our gods or goddesses?
Absolutely. When I was younger, didn't know them. I used to be very monkish. I spent a lot of my time when I wasn't training for a sport I was in, meditating, trying to reach out. And if I knew more then, I could be more specific. But when the divine touches you, you can pick up if that's a male or female figure and a bit of the intention, because it kind of pierces and spreads throughout. And it's very much like a motherly love or a fatherly love, but it's not like you're going to feel someone literally hugging you. It's an affirmation that, yes, you're on the right path. Keep it up. I've heard from others when you're not, it's a bit sharper. But more recently, every time I come home, I admittedly said hey, doing a lot of work here and I'm kind of lonely, just to be the short of it. You could just help me find a partner or make myself a better man to attract said partner. I've made offerings, and I don't think it's been said many times about, when you give a gift, you're owed something. it's a nice gesture. It gets attention. And I think in part, there's a relationship there. And if there's a fondness that is made through a repeated cycle of gift giving, you might get the occasional message or affirmation a little bit more. In my case, I found out that a friend of mine for several years felt more strongly about me than I initially thought, and now I have a beautiful daughter. I couldn't say that that was a more loving gift than I could ever receive from my gods and my ancestors. I do think they absolutely appreciate us and care for us, but I don't think that, like the day to day, they're going to give us their undivided attention at the same time. But if you're active, you're involved, you let them in, they will show their love, they'll show their appreciation, and bless your home and give good gifts too.
What about you, Brandy?
My answer's going to be a lot like Cliff's, the whole yeah, no, no, yeah. Because I believe it the same way that Cliff does. They love their people. They love our folk. They love our church. They love the heralds and the spears of Odin. But that individual personal relationship with the gods, I can't answer that for anybody who has that question. Only they can answer that. Only they are able to work through the complex emotions and feelings that they're going to get because of their devotion. Some people might feel the strength of Thor because they feel powerful after worshiping their gods. Some people might feel love, after they've done offerings to Frigg or to Freya, as an answer and a reciprocal energy that they're receiving back. Because oftentimes we give gifts and we ask for gifts in return. How we interpret those gifts is going to be deeply personal. So whether that is, the love of Freya or the wisdom of Odin or the strength of Thor, I think it's going to depend on the person. But do I think they love us? They do. They love their folk. They love their temples. They love their church. I believe they love us as the Asatru Folk Assembly. But those complex emotions, like I said, I think that's going to be very deeply personal on the energetic blessing you're receiving and how you're interpreting that at the time.
All right. Rob, have you ever felt the love of one of our gods or goddesses? And hi, Scarlett.
I am of a very similar vein as Cliff and Brandy on this. I believe they love us as a people in our church. Individually, I think they've got bigger fish to fry. Do I often wonder if I've garnered their attention at points in my life? Maybe. And I certainly believe that fate has smiled on me on more than one occasion. But I think they love us in a grander sense. And I think our ancestors love us on a personal level. That's how I look at it.
So, and this, is always kind of a lament of mine. It's very difficult to describe metaphysical, esoteric, spiritual things with mundane language. It's always imprecise. It's never quite perfect. It's always us kind of flailing to get as close to being able to communicate it as we can. We do that through a lot of different ways. We do that through, likening it to a shared experience, or, don't quite have the language to pin it down. In a one-for-one, like very specific, yes, absolutely, I felt completely loved by. In ritual, in a spiritual sense, I've described a number of times Bloats. well, very much was the case with my ancestors. In the sense of our gods and our goddesses, I think we experience love in a lot of different ways. And as stupid as it sounds, you know, you receive different kinds of love, and you feel love in different ways from, you know, your wife than you do from your dad, than you do from, you know, your dog or your cat. Each of those things loves you, hopefully. But the way it's expressed is really, really different. Love's not always, you know, a super warm, overwhelming, tearful embrace. You know, some of us who have had more stoic parents or grandparents that we know love us may show that in a much more formal way, or a more less snuggly way, but it doesn't mean that it's still not love and doesn't count. The love you may get from one of your brothers, you know, maybe not even like a literal brother, but your comrade in arms, your you know, another male friend of yours that you care deeply for. Again, that's going to feel like a different kind of love as well. The short answer is, you know, all of the things people said. The gods love our folk. They love the AFA. We have felt their love time and again. We'll continue to, I hope. Absolutely, I believe that. On an individual level, so in this, you know, take this answer. This isn't intended as a non-answer. It's just me being as transparent with it as possible. You guys have seen me. You guys have seen me on this show. Before I found Asatru, I was not a weepy mess all of the time. The more deeply engaged in Asatru that I am, the more I'm just overcome with emotion, and not in a bad way, or and I mean this too. I'm never a weepy mess about like I'm sad or I'm depressed or, you know, people being mean to me weepy. Like, yeah, I feel those emotions, but I'm overcome with emotions of just love and appreciation and being, if this makes sense, I guess being deeply moved. If you guys have seen me at like a wedding or baby naming, it's just absurd. I'm fighting it right now, honestly, to be honest. I didn't have that before I engaged in Asatru, and I certainly didn't have it to this level before I became the Alsherjargoði. One for one, when I became the Alsherjargoði of the Asatru Folk Assembly, I became a fountain of weepy tears and loving emotion. And I feel very much that is an expression of love from the gods. One of the things that I like most about myself is my ability to be just so moved with emotion on things. That, and it may sound like a strange thing, but that I feel is love from the Aesir.
I wanted to add something too about the you know, just the nature of our understanding of the gods. I think it's like when we talk about mythic time. I don't think that the gods experience something like love in the same way that we do. Not that they don't have it, but that our understanding of love is very different from their understanding of love. Just like our understanding of time is very, very different from their understanding of time. And it's, I think, hard for us to conceptualize or emotionalize, if that's a word. It is maybe now. What that would even feel like, sort of like Alsherjargoði Matt was talking about, a nod from the old stoic grandpa can mean much more than a big hug from the touchy-feely aunt. You get those hugs all the time, but the nod, well, that's reserved, and I just, I don't know that we could necessarily understand that. And another thing I wanted to add is that whether we feel it or not is not necessarily relevant to whether or not it exists. I'm sure we've all had experiences where we love someone and they don't know it, or where someone loves us and we have no idea about that, or at least not the true nature of their feelings. We might, know, oh yeah, of course, my grandpa loves me, but we don't really understand the depth of it or the reason for it or any of those finer details.
Yeah, again, it's the place that I suggest we start when dealing with our gods is the way we would deal with other humans, and then amplify it or then work from there. But it's always important to realize it's not one for one in their way of doing things, and their knowledge and their experience is so much wider, deeper, greater in all dimensions than ours, that it doesn't always look the same. But yeah, absolutely, I feel the love of the gods. And I think that, first, the gods are much more likely to have big feelings about us collectively than about us individually. I think they certainly do have particular feelings for individuals, and I think you can build and cultivate that relationship. But certainly, I think that it is more common for it to be broad. But yeah, that's not a question. And I think that it's silly for Christians to try to characterize our relationships with our gods without context. I also don't necessarily. The difference is most of us on this call were Christians at one time. So I do think we can speak a little bit about that religious experience, because many of us have been a part of that. For a Christian that has never been Asatru to try to characterize our relationship with our gods, I think is, it's offensive, but I also think it's uninformed and kind of ridiculous. But yeah, so I think that's a really good question, a really interesting question. Super Honky asks, have you guys ever thought about doing a live stream of your religious services like Jimmy Swaggart and all of the Christian pastors in the 80s and the early 90s? Yeah, of course, absolutely, we've thought about that. We don't do that, but we've thought about that. I think there is a case to be made to think about that when there's people that are at great distances or in circumstances that they couldn't possibly participate otherwise. But one of the big priorities for the Asatru Folk Assembly is that this needs to be real and done in real life. So as an issue of policy, we don't do that, because we want to encourage our people to make a real connection with other real humans and participate in our rituals in a tangible, authentic way. So many of our people have allowed themselves to be to be prisoners of the couch or mom's basement or whatever the case is. And if there is a way for them to claim that they're actually doing Asatru without actually doing Asatru, I wouldn't want to enable that. What we have thought about, we do plan to do at some point, is like a instructional bloat or an instructional sample with some of the Gothar together to like a how-to guide kind of a thing. So people may know, what it would look like, or, so people can take confidence from seeing it done to feel comfortable doing it in their own home or in their own environment. But not the other. And we have thought about that. And it was one of the sources of pride for the Asatru Folk Assembly during all of the COVID lockdowns. Other places of worship decided to not gather together and not engage in worship in real life, and to do a lot of virtual worship. And not just within, various pagan religions, but, mainstream Christianity. You had people that, you had 80-year-olds that for the last 80 years of their life went to church every Sunday. And all of a sudden for 2 years, they didn't, because, powers that be told them that was bad and that was naughty and they shouldn't. The AFA, we got together. We gathered together. We got 2 new Hoffs during that time. We shared hugs and horns, and we actively worshiped our gods. And I think that meant a lot. Certainly meant a lot to me, and I know it meant a lot to the people that I worshiped with. So we want to do everything we can to facilitate, but I almost mean this, and I'll own it, to almost force people to have to interact in the real world. And that's not out of elitism or out of being a jerk. That's out of love. We all want you to experience this in real life. And if you don't have to come out from, and this isn't aimed at anybody in specific, but if this is you, if you have to come out from hiding to actually do it, maybe that's enough to make you want to take that step. Because, the biggest distance is the couch to the door, and we've all had to overcome that to varying degrees. I know that, I'm not naturally the most outgoing or the most social person. I think there are certainly people who are, have a bigger problem with that than I do, but there's also people that it comes much easier to. But either way, it's essential that we do this in a real community and not a virtual community. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that issue? Cliff.
I'm going to be strong-worded about this, so I apologize if I offend anyone's sensibilities. But I was raised Catholic, and I remember it was a sin to not go to Mass every single Sunday. Even if you were sick, it was your responsibility to get your name on the list for the priest to come to your house to do it there. If you didn't do that, you had to confess it. It was a sin. Now, I was long gone from the Catholic Church when these COVID lockdowns started, but what they did was absolutely pathetic. They disregarded all of their ethics and all of their standards, whether I agree with them or not. And it was just like, oh, now we're scared, so it doesn't matter. And yeah, just don't be pathetic. Show up in person.
Copy that. Don't be pathetic. Jason.
I think it says a lot about conviction, especially in regards to like the fear of God and the Christian faith, but yet they feared the United States government or whatever country you live in even more. And it speaks volumes when you get together, because your conviction and your faith and your piety is so strong that the word and law of man means nothing to you. Coming together to honor your ancestors, to stand before your gods with your folk, is more powerful. I think it says a lot about the faith of Asatru and the Asatru Folk Assembly.
All right. So, from the Wolf Throne, fellow Midgardians, of which of the Aryan tribal branches do you descend? I.e., Celtic, Germanic, Slavic, Latin, Greek, etc. Trent, what flavor of Aryan are you?
Pretty much just a mishmash of Germanic and a tiny bit of Celtic. Largely English. Both my parents' sides come from the former Danelaw, so there might be some Danish in there. I found a Swedish and Finnish line the other day on my dad's side. A little bit of German, proper North German, some Dutch, tiny bit of Lowland Scots. So Germanic.
Ooh, certified. Cliff, what flavor are you?
I'm a quarter Norwegian from my dad and grandpa's side, a quarter German on my dad's mom's side, and Irish on my mom's side.
All right. What about you, Jason?
I'm a bit of a mutt as far as that goes. It's just easier to say I am pan Baltic from both sides all around.
All right. How about Brandy?
I am German. And a little bit of a Scotch Irish, but very German.
You don't believe it? Catch a candid shot.
It's not. I'm not angry. I'm just German.
What about you, Rob?
I am German, specifically Bavarian, which are the best Germans.
Well, I can tell that from the background.
I also am quarter English, and from surnames, it's Norman English. So, haha, Trent. And Spaniard, European Spaniard, specifically Catalonia. I'm a quarter Catalonian.
All right. And what about you, Daniel?
Dixie. No, I'm
What about pre-Dixie?
Anglo-Saxon mostly. The Lowlands, Netherlands, specifically my dad's family immigrated to the U.S. in the 1600s from Belgium. And mom's family is a little bit more of a mystery since they were hillbillies. You know, they didn't track a lot, but it's my understanding that they were mostly English. So my DNA stuff says, you know, England and Northwestern Europe is like 70%. If that tells you anything. So yeah, Germanic and Dixie.
All right. So my people, vast majority of my people have been here a long, long time. Before that, most that I'm aware of, I guess most recently, I have one couple, one of whom was a Swissman and his wife was French. They came over, most recent that crossed over in like the 1910s. Before that, most all that I can track go back to England. One line goes back into Scotland. And my haplogroup tells me that at some point in like southern Norway. But vast majority of the family that I can trace goes back to England. And yeah, that's where my people come from. But almost all of my folks were here before the United States was a nation. And, you know, at least half of those from Dixie. So that's what we got represented on the show tonight.
It's a fun contrast because almost all of my ancestors are only 150 years in this country or less. Late 19th century, all around. Post-war, we weren't involved in all that mess.
Yeah, most of mine were in the Carolinas and then moved west from there. But most of them point of, you know, disembarking on this continent was in the Carolinas. Next. Okay, sure. We'll do this. It's that portion of the evening. Fun question for everyone. What superpower would you choose to have and why? You can only choose one. Cliff, superpower, which would you choose? Only one.
It's the only one part. Always is. Well, I don't want to read people's minds, that's for sure. Let's go with invulnerability, because obviously.
Copy that. All right. Jason, superpower, choose one. Only one.
I mean, I like the invulnerability and super strength. I want to go with flight because sometimes people just can't act right, and I need to excuse myself from the room.
Yeah, but if you're not invulnerable, flying is dangerous.
Well, I'll figure out the landing. Sure, it comes with the powers.
Bird strike or something. No, that's legit. All right, Brandy, what superpower would you have? Only one.
This is going to change probably day to day depending on my mood, but today I'd like to be able to start things on fire.
Okay, I think there's a backstory there.
Always is.
Always is. What about you, Rob?
I'm going to say I'd like to be able to move things with my mind. I think that saves some time.
Daniel, what superpower would you have?
Time travel.
Okay. Trent, what you got?
Super strength, because it would be cool to be able to bench press a car.
There you go. All of those things would be awesome.
What about you?
I don't know. I've been trying. So that's why I went last. I was trying to like contemplate it while y'all were going. I get stuck on these only choose one. It's like when people say your top whatever anything. I overthink the question. It's intended as a fun question. Pick a random thing. I start getting too analytical. All right, so this is going to make for a lot of dead air, and that's not good for the program. So I'm going to rip Cliff off. I'm going to go with invulnerability. The idea of super strength sounds cooler to me, and I want that. But if like the supervillain can just shoot me and I'm done, that's disheartening. I would rather be, indestructible, and then I don't really got to worry about much. So I will take that and choose to be indestructible.
You'll say the super strength would be redundant with you, though, Matt. You already got it.
Thank you. So that is the best note to end it on. This has been a really, really fun show tonight, guys. Thank you guys all for being here. I really, really enjoyed it this evening. We got a treat for everybody. We've got our event slideshow up for Ostara at Thorshof 2024, a week and a half ago today. So Nick is going to take us out with that as soon as I close out the program here. But that's going to be the official ending, is the live premiere of that slideshow, which all of us but Jason were there for. So
no, wrong slideshow. We're doing Q1 slideshow. Last week.
My fault. I'm sorry. I apologize.
We premiered Star last week.
So Jason did things in Q1. I'm a week off. It's late. Leave me alone. Be nice. Cool. But we are going to have a live premiere of that, and it'll be cool. This is for anybody who hasn't seen these yet or doesn't watch these on YouTube. This is all of the AFA moots, gatherings, happenings that have happened in the first quarter of 2024, that folk builders have had the presence of mind and ability to get us a picture of. So this is most of the ones that have actually happened, but keep in mind there's more of this also. And these go on everywhere. We've got folks in 14 countries. We've got folks all across the United States. Chances are we've got folks close to you. Thank you guys very much for joining us tonight. Nick, thank you for making that slideshow. And till next time, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA. And remember, victory never sleeps.